Good evening. My name is Mayor Diane Howard, and I am calling the meeting to order. It is Monday, September 21st, 2020. Thank you for tuning in to our virtual City Council meeting tonight as we continue to follow public health guidance to avoid the spread of COVID-19. As a reminder, items will be taken in the order they are listed on the agenda. Before we get started, I wanted to briefly go over the public comment procedures for the meeting. All public comment on items not on tonight's agenda, on consent calendar items, and on matters of council interest will be taken at one time during item number 5. Comments on other agenda items will be taken only when that item is called. You may use the raise hand feature on Zoom to speak. If you're joining the teleconference by phone, you may raise your hand by dialing *9 and *6 to unmute your microphone when prompted. Please only raise your hand at the time that the item on which you are speaking is called. Each speaker is allotted 3 minutes, but that time may be adjusted if there are a large number of speakers. Last, we know that we each bring different perspectives to the discussion, and we want to be sure everyone has a chance to be heard without interruption. Thank you for your attention and your consideration. Council members Aguirre, Bain, Borgens, Hale, Reddy, Vice Mayor Mazur, and myself will participate by teleconference pursuant to Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-29-20. The City Council chambers will not be open to the public. The meeting is being broadcast live to Redwood City residents on Astound Broadband Cable Channel 26 and Comcast Cable Channel 27, AT&T Uverse Channel 99, and are streamed live via the city's website at www.redwoodcity.org. I'd now like to ask the city clerk to call the roll.
Good evening. Council Member Aguirre.
Here.
Council Member Bain.
Here.
Council Member Borgens.
Here.
Council Member Hale.
Here.
Council Member Reddy. I see Diana. Council Member Reddy?
Here. Sorry about that.
No problem. Vice Mayor Mazur?
Here.
And Mayor Howard?
Here.
Thank you.
I'd like to now ask Council Member Bain if he will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mayor. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Council Member Bain. Moving on to item number 4, presentations and acknowledgements. This is the portion of our meeting where we recognize members of our community, local organizations, and city partners for the great work and services they are providing to the Redwood City community. As the City Council is receiving information and not taking action, there is no public comment related to these presentations. My first presentation is a proclamation recognizing Constitution Week, September 17th through the 23rd, 2020. Dee Eva and Mia Lindell, daughters of the American Revolution, are here this evening and will accept the proclamation. There's the, okay. I'd like to read briefly the proclamation. Whereas September 17, 2020 marks the 233rd anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention, and whereas it is fitting and proper to accord official recognition to this magnificent document and its memorable anniversary, and to the patriotic celebrations which will commemorate the occasion. And whereas Public Law 915 guarantees the issuing of a proclamation each year by the President of the United States of America, designating September 17th through the 23rd as Constitution Week. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Diane Howard, Mayor of Redwood City, on behalf of the City Council and the residents of Redwood City, do hereby proclaim the week of September 17th through the 23rd as Constitution Week, and ask our residents to reaffirm the ideals the framers of the Constitution had in 1787 by vigilantly protecting the freedoms guaranteed to us through this guardian of our liberties, remembering that lost rights may never be regained. I'd like to ask Ms. Eva or Ms. Lindell if they would like to speak at this time.
Thank you, Diane. This is Dee Eva, and I just wanted to say thank you to the Mayor Howard and the council for issuing this proclamation in honoring the Constitution Week, September 17th through the 23rd. And I am here on behalf of the Gaspar de Portola chapter, Daughters of the American Revolution, which is out of Stanford, California. We really appreciate this proclamation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Eva. And I understand Ms. Lindell could not be here with you this evening. Please give her best.
I will. Thank you.
We are now doing a proclamation recognizing Mexican Independence Day, September 16, 2020. We will recognize the following guests who are with us this evening: the Consul General, Remedios Gomez Arnau, Consul for Community and Cultural Affairs, Julio Huerta, Community and Cultural Department, Francisco Guzman. Now I'd like to read the proclamation. Whereas on September 16th of each year, Mexican immigrants, together with the Friends of Central America, celebrate their National Day, or Dia de la Independencia, with great patriotism. And whereas the city of Redwood City honors the celebrations of its Central American community at large. And whereas the diversity of the residents of Redwood City brings a rich cultural experience to our city. We encourage the continuance of bonds and ties of collaboration that stimulate the growth of our communities. And whereas together we commemorate the National Day of Mexico to reaffirm the warm and friendly bonds that link our city with the people of Mexico. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Diane Howard, Mayor of Redwood City, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby honor Mexico's Independence Day celebration and all Mexicans living in the city of Redwood City for their hard work and contributions of their culture to the community of Redwood City. I'd like to ask the Consul General if he would like to say a few words.
Yes, Mayor Howard. Thank you to you and the council members. It's an honor for me to receive this proclamation celebrating the Mexican independence. It's been a very long celebration of these. Every year with you, it's very cheerful. Unfortunately, the pandemic has not allowed us to be there this year. We hope next year we can do it because it's one of the more warmful and celebrating events that we have with the Mexican independence. We have a large Mexican community, as you know, and we are very happy that we have different events that we attend there. It's also the Day of the Dead, very important. And we have a good relationship with different organizations, among them the Centro Cultural Mexicano. We've been invited also by the Mexican Ballet over there. And there's a Mexican sculptor of Fernando Escartis who has made also big sculptures of two great artists from Mexico, Diego Rivera and Frida Kahlo. So we really appreciate that you commemorate along with us the celebration of the Mexican independence, not only reminding that you have sister cities with 3 cities in Mexico, and also that you've received elderly people visiting their children that they haven't seen for many years. So thank you again, Mayor Howard and all the council members for this honor, and we want to keep on strengthening our bonds with you.
Thank you so very much. I agree with you. I miss our celebration together. It's so joyful, and the square is usually filled with 1,000 people or more. I hope that this time next year, we'll be able to celebrate together. Thank you so much for coming tonight.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 5, public comment on the consent calendar and on items not on the agenda. At this time, we will take public comment items that are on the consent calendar, on matters of council interest, and on items not on the agenda. If you wish to make public comment at this time, please click the raise hand button on Zoom to be recognized. If you're joining by phone, please press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute yourself when prompted to speak. In order to see how many speakers we have for general public comment, I'd like to ask that everyone who wishes to speak on a consent calendar item, matters of council interest, or on an item not on the agenda, please raise your hand now. Again, if anyone would like to speak under this item, please raise your hand now. I have 7 speakers at this time. The last speaker, Marcelina. And I'm going to ask if you could limit your comments to 2 minutes this evening. We have such a full agenda and every item is very, very important. So I hope that you'll understand that we will limit your comments to 2 minutes. I'll start with Brent Turner and then Pat H.
Hello, City Council and staff. My name is Brent Turner. I'm a proud graduate of Roy Cloud Elementary and a born and raised San Mateo native. Just wanted to mention something that's come to the attention of a group that is loosely associated. We're the group that closed down the beach for 4th of July in the Half Moon Bay area out of concern for the COVID spiking at that moment. And we've been speaking with some advocates that are mentioning that there seems to be a problem with the homeless getting water in our beloved Redwood City. And so we just want to make sure that whatever solutions are coming forward, that they're given a good look and we're able to get out of that immediate crisis mode. I know you can't respond directly, but we did want to say we're hopeful that water faucets can be turned on and delivery of water, if necessary, can be made. We're hearing from the citizen advocates that they're not able to get an appropriate amount of water to the homeless. And we're thinking that maybe there's just been a glitch somewhere in the system, as I know many of you on the council, and I know we don't want Redwood City reflected in a manner that would be, in that light of not making sure that our weakest among us are most at issue, our most people suffering the most during this pandemic would be short on water. I know there's also children involved here. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate your time listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Pat H. and then Mark Wallohan.
Thank you. My comment focuses on the strategic plan for affordable housing. I believe that this goal might be achieved in 2 ways. First is that people of color should be substantially represented on the Planning Commission. And secondly, such candidates be more enthusiastic about building housing than office buildings. The need for leases in office buildings or characterless glass and steel structures comes and goes, but housing is forever, and equity to me is literal, by which I mean our population of people of color need to be able to buy homes to grow their net worth and achieve the American dream. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. My next speaker is Mark Wallahan, and then Rudy Espinoza Murray.
First, let me say I think it's really unfair to make the speaking 2 minutes. I mean, people prepare speeches, especially for this public comment portion, but let me just get into it. Hi, my name is Mark Wallahan. I'm running for Redwood City Council, District 7. Vote for me because my family has rented in Redwood City my whole life. I graduated from Oxford. Last year, I played professional basketball in El Salvador. After El Salvador, I returned full-time to working at the Rikus Center for Human Enhancement, a nonprofit in Menlo Park. Now more than ever, we need a candidate with the social consciousness required to respond to the novel needs and nuanced issues of a rapidly changing world. A candidate who is eager to listen to the diverse, multi-generational range of voices that make up our community. My campaign is entirely grassroots and self-funded. For racial justice, I support setting policy with heightened focus on the often unaddressed or underaddressed needs facing marginalized groups, developing communication platforms to facilitate ongoing dialogue, and ensuring that city departments and agencies are diversely staffed, receptive, and accountable. For housing, I support limiting office space development and converting office space into housing, as there will likely be more vacant office space in the future. For accessory dwelling units, I support a 16-foot height limit to protect the privacy and property values of neighbors. For education, I plan on helping to make housing more affordable so teachers can live here, maintaining city-sponsored after-school care programs, and ensuring all students have the technological access they need to be successful. For local business, I plan on facilitating a transition towards normal operation in a safe manner and investigating methods to ease the process of obtaining permits, such as making permit processing an internal service that is no longer outsourced. For the environment, I support developing more sustainably by converting office space into housing, preventing or at least limiting development by the bay, and closely monitoring water reserves. I also plan on supporting transportation projects that significantly reduce emissions and making an environmental sustainability PCC.
Thank you, Mr. Wallahan. Rudy Espinoza Murray, and then Vanessa.
Hi, good evening, City Council and members of the Redwood City community. I'm here to speak on behalf of Elmer Martinez for Planning Commission. Latinos make up about 40% of the Redwood City community, and many of the Latinos are renters, frontline workers, and don't always have great paying tech jobs. Affordable housing is incredibly important, and my husband and I cannot even consider purchasing a home in the city we love and live in. This is why I'm on this call today. You've probably received calls and emails for Elmer because the youth and Latinx community is concerned that we won't have the right representation on the Planning Commission. He's a leader in the Latinx community. He currently serves as a political director of the San Mateo County Latinx Democratic Club. And in just a few short months, he led the development of our policy positions as an organization and leading our endorsements process. He works for the state legislature, which makes him privy to the issues and solutions that are at the forefront across the peninsula. He is a champion of affordable housing, not just blank checking for development, but smart development that helps us solve the issues that we face in Redwood City. Elmer has proven to be a leader in our community and would be the representation that we need, and his temperament will ensure that he keeps the key issues at the forefront when finding solutions for our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Vanessa, and then Lizette Espinoza Garnica.
Hello, it's me again. I am here to speak during this section in regards to, I think, the poor communication that went out last week in regards to the update on policing from the ad hoc committee, and there was a removal of public comment on that section, which I think was necessary because even if there was no direct action from the update from the ad hoc committee, I think that public comment should have been allowed when you are working with the Peninsula Conflict and Resolution Center actively to create some sort of solution for our city of Redwood City. Secondly, I wanted to talk about, again, we are in a Zoom webinar where I cannot see who I'm attending this meeting with. They are my neighbors, I know they are, and they are people I work in the same city with, and people who are just as interested in the well-being of Redwood City as I am, but I have no idea who they are, and I would really benefit from knowing. And I think everybody in this meeting would benefit as well. In addition, I think it is critical and crucial that we see our city council members' faces on the call. I know that you have all been emailed about being visible on a video in city council meeting sessions, and there seems to be no communication with the public in regards to your decision to remain off camera and secretive and sneaky, and it's not good. So look forward to sending you more emails. Thank you.
Thank you. Lizette Espinoza Garnica, and then Marcelena.
Hi, I'm Lisa Espinosa Garrica, and I wanted to mention how, or talk about how for our planning for development, we need to prioritize housing for all because of COVID and how housing can help prevent the spread of COVID and how it guarantees stability and health for people and families to live in rather than keep investing in these luxury homes. We invest in public housing to make housing affordable to all, truly. Right now, we allocate about 15% to affordable housing, and that's just for those who can afford the median rates. So we need to invest more heavily into our low income, very low income to no income residents with the affordable housing they deserve, which means housing that is secured and guaranteed regardless of ability to pay. Tonight, we're going to study whether we should vote on building almost 1 million square feet in office space when during a pandemic, most people who were working before in offices are telecommuting. So this is a further leap into gentrification, making less housing available to all. And if y'all are really trying to be on the side of Mexicans with 3 sister cities, I also would say that we can allocate more funds from big business and defunding the police to actually making the city a sanctuary city. The San Mateo County is not a sanctuary county. We can get universal legal representation for all immigrant issues, for all immigrants, so they can secure their status here if you really want to say you're with Mexicans. So if you want to be saying you're for Mexican independence and you're for longevity, please invest in housing for all, public housing, defunding the police, and sanctuary city.
Thank you very much. My last speaker is Marcelena. Marcelena, I think you need to unmute yourself. Marcelena? Okay, we'll move on. Douglas, you're my last speaker. I won't take, after this, there'll be no more public comment on this particular item. Douglas, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
There you go.
I'm Douglas is here. I'm his wife, Susan. I was just gonna talk about the last speaker, the woman that just spoke, regarding sanctuary cities. That's probably going to be obsolete, which I don't agree in sanctuary cities. But I do agree with her having City Council approve, Redwood City approving all these developers coming in. And I spoke about it before, come in and build all every nook and cranny of unjustifiable, like for stores, this, that, and the other. When COVID, a lot of people that I know of moved out because they can work out of their homes. And then here you sit, a lot of the places empty, like 70 units at Bradford Street, 90 units at Frankfurt Street, 10 units are at Arguello, 15 units at Marshall, and then 19, the new project you want to do on veterans. I mean, you're letting these developers come in and they're sitting empty, for God's sakes. We need, because of our homeless, we need to do something about that. And I agree, you need to make it more affordable housing. Anytime you guys say, or the developer says affordable housing, no, it's not. It's not affordable housing. It's not granted for Section 8 and those that are low income. So I would like to see less building and more of these empty spaces utilized for the homeless and the low income people. I don't know what you have to do with the already built units around town, but it's ridiculous that these places sit empty, and more so because everybody's leaving because of COVID and they don't have to, they work out of their homes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. I believe the call-in user may be Marcelena. Marcelena, you need to unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, hi, thank you. Yeah, it's me, Marcelene. So I really agree with all the other callers about our housing need. And I really would urge my city council to really look for housing for all of us, not just the ones that can afford the rents in our new developments. You know, we're in the middle of not only the pandemic with the COVID, but unemployment crisis, the housing crisis. And so many of our neighborhoods have become vulnerable to being displaced. Redwood City lacks true affordable housing in the current growth trajectory. And while affordable housing is frequently cited as a key concern in the city's general plan, there are no policies explicitly driving its construction. So I urge you, like the other callers before me, that we really need to look at the new development going up. We keep building these buildings that are really not accessible to a lot of our community members. And businesses are starting to leave our area. I work in Palo Alto, and let me tell you, downtown Palo Alto is starting to see the vacancies in the buildings. We have companies that left an entire building and moved out of state, and all those people don't need to live there anymore because they could see that they could do the same job, if not better, by working from home. So we really need to take a better look out of our allocation of land that we have available, and how do we make it more accessible to our greater population that wants to stay here, that is committed to the city by either owning a home or renting a home. We are the ones that will stay here no matter what. We are not here for the short term. Like someone else said, homeowners are here for a lifetime and to pass it on to our children. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Marcelena. Thank you all for your comments. At this time, all public speakers can stay on the Zoom call or continue to follow the meeting through the live broadcast, either on the city's website at www.redwoodcity.org or on cable television on local channel 26, Comcast channel 27, or AT&T UVerse channel 99. Moving on to item number 6, the consent calendar. These are items on the consent calendar that are routine in nature and are approved in one motion. I'd like to ask our council if they would like to make a motion and a second to approve all items on the consent calendar.
So moved. Second by Hale.
Councilmember Borgens made the motion, I believe, and Councilmember.
Councilmember Alicia made the.
I'm sorry. Councilmember Alicia Aguirre. If you wouldn't mind giving me your name, that helps. I hate to guess wrong. Councilmember Hale is the second. Any discussion before we vote? Hearing none, I'll ask the city clerk if she would call the roll, please.
We'll start with Councilmember Aguirre,
Yes.
Councilmember Bain,
Yes.
Councilmember Borkins,
Yes.
Councilmember Hale,
Yes.
Councilmember Reddy,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mazer,
Yes.
and Mayor Howard.
Yes,
The motion passes unanimously.
thank you. I will now read all the items that we have approved. Award 2019-2020 Water Main Replacement Project, Arlington Neighborhood, Edgewater Park. Amendment number 1 to the professional service agreement with SCA Environmental to provide environmental services for the construction phase of the California Water Tank Pump Station and Transmission Main Project. Stormwater Treatment Measures Maintenance Agreement at 1831 East Bay Shore Road. Agreement for services with Life Moves as Safe Parking Site Program Operator and Community Outreach Case Managers for the city's temporary recreational vehicle safe parking program. Approved minutes of September 14th, 2020 and September 16th, 2020 City Council meetings, and approved claims and checks from September 21st, 2020 through October 12th, 2020, and the usual and necessary payments through October 12th, 2020. Moving on to item number 7. It's our City Council appointments to the Arts Commission, Board of Building Review, Board of Port Commissioners, Planning Commission, and the Senior Affairs Commission. Before our city clerk makes her presentation, I would like to ask Councilmember Bain to state that he was not present at the September 16th Boards Committee and Commission special meeting, but that he has reviewed the applications and meeting video and will be prepared to make appointments.
Thank you, Mayor. That is correct. I had a conflict with last Wednesday's meeting. However, I did review the recording, so I've seen everybody's presentation as well as read all the applications and spoken to several applicants individually.
Thank you, Councilmember Bain. I'll now turn it over to our city clerk, Pamela Aguilar, and she'll introduce the item.
Good evening, Mayor Howard and City Council members. Tonight, you're being asked to make appointments to the Arts Commission, the Board of Building Review, the Port Commission, the Planning Commission, and the Senior Affairs Commission. In February of this year, the City Council opened recruitment to fill 29 seats with expiring terms on the various boards, commissions, and committees. The recruitment period ran until April 12th until the COVID pandemic hit, and the recruitment was extended to July 31st. The City Clerk's office received 32 applications, and at a special meeting on September 16th, the City Council interviewed 28 of the applicants. Tonight's appointments will be made by roll call vote. A candidate must receive a majority or 4 votes in order to be appointed. In addition to the appointments, there's a recommendation that the current applicant list for all of the BCCs voted on tonight be kept active through January 31st, 2021, in the event additional appointments need to be made. I can take council questions at this time. And if there are no questions, then before proceeding to the vote, Mayor Howard can call for public comment at this time. Are there any council questions? Okay, and Mayor Howard, you can call for public comment
No
if any.
council questions. I'd like to ask if there's a member of the public who would like to speak on this item. Please raise your hand now. Seeing none, I will turn it over to...
there's one.
I'm sorry, there is one. Bob Lee.
He has to unmute himself.
Hello.
Hi. Hi, Mr. Lee. I can hear you.
Hi. Thank you so much, Mayor Howard and council members. I wanted to just voice my opinion after I had gone through and watched the the special council meeting, and I wanted to voice my support for certain candidates. When I look at the candidates, I don't have any specific ties to any of them in particular, but I was particularly enthused by a lot of the candidates who spoke about issues around affordable housing with an understanding of what it means to be a renter in Redwood City's climate today. The diverse perspective is particularly of importance to me as they can help our Planning Commission reshape and become stronger in proposing equitable solutions for the future. So I wanted to, with that having been said, before the council votes, I wanted to extend my support for the following candidates. Jeremy Smith, who has had a unique experience in civil engineering and urban planning, and had a lot of considerations for our environment, which I really liked. We can't deny that climate change is affecting all of us, and I would really appreciate his background knowledge, and his eagerness and interest in development plans is evident through his presentation. Jessica Mounier is another candidate that I would also support because she's emphasized the need to support families in multi-generational households. Her experience as a recent renter and homeowner in Redwood City is also important, as she would understand the urgent needs to create an affordable housing, as we've heard many people talk about earlier. That's really important. And finally, Jen Shen, also interviewed as a strong candidate who cares to dig into research and public policy. And I greatly appreciated her statement of first analyzing the information and then bringing in an unbiased proposal to the council. As a new homeowner, she also has previously rented and lived in many different cities. And I thought that would bring great perspective. So thanks for your time, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Now the city clerk will facilitate appointments by roll call vote. As each council member name is called, they will state the names of the candidates they wish to appoint to each commission. The first will be Arts Commission, which have 4 full-term seats. The Board of Building Review, 3 full-term seats. Planning Commission, 2 full-term seats. Port Commission, 2 full-term seats. And the Senior Affairs Commission, 4 full-term and 1 partial-term seat. After the appointments are complete, there'll be 1 additional council action. I'd like to turn it over now to our city clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Howard. We will start with the Arts Commission. You have 5 applicants, and as Mayor Howard stated, there are 4 vacancies. When I call your name, please state the names of the candidates you wish to appoint. You may state 4 names. The first 4 candidates to receive at least 4 affirmative votes from the council will be appointed. We'll start with Council Member Aguirre.
Thank you. Candidates are Ashley Quintana, Sandra Keeley, Carol Sconsert, and Anna Westerdorf.
Thank you. Council Member Bain.
Keeley, Quintana, Sconsert, and Westendorf.
Thank you. Council Member Borgens.
Healy, Quintana, Sconsert, and Westendorf.
Thank you. Council Member Hale.
Healy, Nelson, Quintana, Westendorf.
Thank you. Council Member Reddy.
Keeley, Quintana, Sconsert, Westendorf.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Mazer.
Just marking my sheet. Keeley, Nelson, Quintana, and Westendorf.
Thank you. And Mayor Howard.
Sandra Keeley, Ashley Quintana, Carol Sconsert, and Anna Westendorf.
Thank you. The candidates that received the majority vote and are appointed are Sandra Keeley, Ashley Quintana, Carol Sconsert, and Anna Westendorf. We'll now move to the Board of Building Review. There are 4 applicants and there are 3 expired or open seats. When I call your name, please state the names of the candidates you wish to appoint. You may state 3 names. The first three candidates to receive at least 4 affirmative votes from the council will be appointed. We'll start with Councilmember Bain.
Baerlich, Chang, and Wiebe.
Thank you. Councilmember Borgens.
Ehrlich, Chang, and Wiebe.
Thank you. Councilmember Hale.
Ehrlich, Chang, Wiebe.
Thank you. Councilmember Reddy.
Ehrlich, Chang, Wiebe.
Thank you. Councilmember Aguirre.
Ehrlich, Chang, and Wiebe.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Mazer.
Baerlich, Chang, and Wiebe.
Thank you. And Mayor Howard.
Chu Chang, Wayne Wiebe, and Nick Baerlich.
Thank you. The candidates receiving a unanimous vote from the council are Nick Baerlich, Chu Chang, and Wayne Wiebe, and they're therefore appointed to the Board of Building Review. We'll move now to the Port Commission. There are 5 applicants and there are 3 expired seats. When I call your name, please state the names of those candidates you wish to appoint. You may state 3 names, and the first 3 candidates to receive at least 4 affirmative votes from the council will be appointed. We'll start with Councilmember Borgens.
Richard Clare, Ralph Garcia, Loriana Castroff.
Councilmember Hale.
Claire Garcia and Castro.
Councilmember Reddy.
Claire Garcia Castroff. And could I mention, I'm so sorry, Madam Clerk, there's a problem with your audio. Just wanted to mention.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay. Councilmember Aguirre.
Claire, Garcia, and Castro.
Thank you. Councilmember Bain.
Claire, Garcia, and Kastrop.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Mazer.
Claire, Garcia, and Kastrop.
And Mayor Howard.
Richard Clare, Ralph Garcia, and Loriana Castro.
Thank you. The candidates receiving unanimous votes from the council and therefore appointed to the Port Commission are Richard Clare, Ralph Garcia, and Loriana Castro. We'll now move to the Planning Commission. You have 12 applicants and 2 vacant or expired seats. When I call your name, please state the names of the candidates you wish to appoint. You may state 2 names. And the first 2 candidates to receive at least 4 affirmative votes from the council will be appointed. We'll start with Councilmember Hale.
Jessica Monnier and Elmer Martinez Ceballos.
Councilmember Reddy.
Kevin Bondino and Renee Ortega.
Councilmember Aguirre.
Jessica Munier and Elmer Martinez Ceballos.
Councilmember Bain.
Bondano and Ortega.
Councilmember Borgens.
Kevin Bondano and Elmer Martinez Ceballos.
Vice Mayor Mazer.
Jessica Munier and Elmer Martinez Ceballos.
And Mayor Howard.
Kevin Bondano and Renee Alejandro Ortega.
The candidates that have received a majority of the votes with 4 votes each and therefore are appointed are Kevin Bondano and Elmer Martinez Ceballos. Thank you. We'll go now to the Senior Affairs Commission. There are 4 full-term seats and 1 partial term seat. We'll start with the 4 full-term seats. And you have 7 applicants. When I call your name, please state the names of the candidates you wish to appoint for the full-term seats. You may state 4 names, and the candidates receiving a majority of the votes will be appointed. We'll start with Councilmember Reddy.
Richke, Drager, Puri, and Valley.
Councilmember Aguirre.
Drager, Ojeda, and Valley.
And you can,
Oh, and one
one
more.
more.
And Puri.
Thank you. Councilmember Bain.
Richke, Dreger, Ojeda, and Valley.
Councilmember Borkins.
Barbara Brischke, Harold Drager, Debbie Ann Jorgea, and Barb Valley.
Councilmember Hale.
Richke, Drager, Ojeda, and Valley.
Vice Mayor Mazer.
Richke, Drager, Ojeda, and Puri.
And Mayor Howard.
Barbara Britschke, Harold Drager, Dr. Puri, and Barbara Valley.
Okay. Give me just 1 second. You have 5 candidates that received a majority vote from the council: Barbara Birchke, Harold Drager, Debbie Ojeda, Dr. Puri, and Barbara Valley. At this time, you will decide which will receive the partial term. So if you can state one name of the 5 candidates with the majority votes that you would like to appoint to the partial term. We'll start with Council Member Aguirre.
Barbara Bitschke.
Council Member Bain.
Timothy Puri.
Thank you. Council Member Borkins.
Dr. Timothy Puri.
Thank you. Council Member Hale.
Dr. Puri.
Thank you. Council Member Reddy.
Dr. Puri.
Vice Mayor Mazer.
Dr. Puri.
And Mayor Howard.
Debbie Ann Ojeda.
And Dr. Puri will be appointed to the partial term that expires May 2022. Thank you very much. You have one more action. That's the motion to...
It's a motion and a second to use the board, committee, and commission applicant pool through January 31st, 2021 to fill any additional vacancies. And
So
we'll take a
moved.
roll call vote on that.
Seconded, ready?
Do you not need a motion?
Yes.
That's what, yes.
Okay, so this is Shelley, so I'll move it. And I think Diana seconded.
Vice Mayor Mazer and Council Member Reddy. Motion and a second. So I'll turn it over to our city clerk.
Thank you. We'll start with Council Member Bain.
Yes.
Council Member Borkins.
Yes.
Council Member Hale.
Yes.
Council Member Reddy.
Yes.
Council Member Aguirre.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mazer.
Yes.
And Mayor Howard.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
I wanted to say we had such a rich pool of applicants. I'm just thrilled that we had so many qualified people. I am glad that we're going to do this, that carry the applicant pool through January 31st. I think this is the first time we have done this, and I'm glad we will be doing it. Thank you very much to our city clerk for handling that. Moving on to item number 8, study session for consideration of general plan amendment initiation requests for 5 separate, predominantly commercial mixed-use development projects submitted as part of the gatekeeper process. This time, I'm sorry. I'd like to ask Mark Munzer if he would like to start. I have something I need to say, but I have to locate the piece of paper. I'm sorry. So I'd like to ask Mark Munzer if he could start for me.
Thank you, Mayor Howard and City Council. Mark Munzer. So we are here this evening to talk about the next set of gatekeeper projects that are commercial and mixed use in nature. If we could move to the
Mr. Munzer, this is the city attorney. I'm sorry for interrupting you, but actually the mayor needs to say her piece before you begin your presentation. I'm sorry about that.
Of course.
That was not your fault, Mr. Munzer. I have the piece of paper in front of me now. Thank you. I've been advised by the FPPC that due to my financial interest in the Sequoia Hotel, I have a conflict of interest for 3 different projects. These are 1900 Broadway, the Wells Fargo site, 2300 Broadway, Chase Bank, and 603 Jefferson and 750 Bradford, the Redwood City School District. So that is why we are dividing this hearing into 2 parts. First, we will consider the AutoZone site 901, 947, and 999 El Camino Real, and 601 Allerton. Second, the council will consider the remaining projects I mentioned, and I will recuse myself at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Howard. If the clerk could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So with that statement being made, this initial information that I'm providing you is general information as it relates to the gatekeeper process. When we get to the second half of this presentation, I will not revisit all of this information. So just a reminder to the council, this is a study session and no action is required. What a gatekeeper process does is it allows the council to consider the initiation of a project, and that consideration will come to you in 3 weeks. In October 12th, that will include the residential projects that were brought to you in August and the commercial projects to be discussed tonight. Any initiation would simply begin the project review process, which includes planning entitlement, a general plan amendment, as well as CEQA environmental work. As we discussed last time, depending on the number of projects that could be initiated, there could very well be impacts to the Central Redwood City and Transit District planning process. As you're aware and the community is aware, we have begun that process. We're going to focus initially on the Transit District planning, which I'll talk a little bit more about in this presentation, and begin community engagement in October. Certainly a high number of projects could impact both the visioning aspect of that planning as well as a resources issue for the city to process a large number of projects. Again, we heard the residential projects on August 10th, and as noted below are the 5 projects that will be discussed this evening. Next slide, please. I'd also note that Anna McGill, who's our principal planner, or one of our principal planners, and William Chu, senior planner, are on the call this evening to assist with addressing any questions on process or projects. And as always, I would like to thank Anna and William for leading us through this gatekeeper process. The questions for City Council tonight are on the screen, and primarily if you have questions on the projects themselves that can be handled by staff or by the applicant. And is there any other additional project information or general information that the council would like to see prior to the final initiation hearing on October 12th? And we will bring this slide back up for your deliberation. Next slide, please. So the agenda for this evening, the background that I discussed, staff has done, and as we did in August with the residential projects, staff has done an initial evaluation of the submitted development applications as to very high level if they meet the City Council's main strategic priorities. And then as discussed, this will be divided up into 2 different segments. The first segment dealing with 901 to 999 El Camino, the AutoZone site, and 601 Allerton, and then the second half with the remaining 3 projects. We will finish up the presentations talking about next steps. Next slide, please. The background, which I know you're all aware, but for those tuning in, this process began back going on almost a year ago in November of 2019 when you directed us to develop a resource plan and begin the gatekeeper process. We revisited that with you in January of this year and again in February when you again maintained your current strategic priorities. And then we issued the call for the gatekeeper projects on February 14th with that closing on March 12th. As I noted in the last presentation, that is of course shortly before the shelter in place orders were issued. And so we delayed coming back to you for these gatekeeper hearings while the city addressed the COVID-19 pandemic and made the determination that beginning last month that we wanted to begin those conversations with you. We hope the initiation hearings conclude in October. Next slide, please. As noted, many of these projects, and there's a subsequent slide which will give a little bit more detail as to their location, but all of them, the ones that we are discussing tonight, are within the proposed Central Redwood City plan area. That plan area is noted on this slide in the blue. It purposefully does not have set boundaries because that will be part of our engagement process with the community and with the council as to what exactly those borders should be. Generally speaking, we've defined them as El Camino, Whipple, Veterans, or 101, and Woodside. But again, that is to be determined. In the interior part of that slide is the transit district area, the engagement that we will be beginning in October. So stay tuned with more details as to that. The transit district includes the Caltrain station. It includes Sequoia Station, which is a proposed redevelopment, and that is all included within that green framework. Finally, the pink dots indicates potential grade separation projects. Next slide, please. You've seen this slide many times too. It's to remind you of the current workload and work plan for predominantly the planning division with some assistance from some other CDT divisions. To orient the public, the timeline is in the middle of the slide, which begins actually in July of this year and runs through the beginning of 2022. The projects in the top in the light blue are rail planning projects. So that includes the grade separation studies. It includes the transit district. It includes the potential station design. As you can see, most all of these are 2-year work plan projects. The one below that in the pink salmon color are the general plan initiation or general plan amendment requests. So that includes this gatekeeper project or gatekeeper process, as well as any projects that could be initiated next month. And then of course their formal project and an environmental review. It also includes another potential conversation on Sequoia Station. The purple are various land use studies. The 3 I'll highlight are the first 3. So the Central Redwood City Visioning, the housing element, which as you know is a state required action that will be given a new allocation, a new RHNA allocation, Regional Housing Needs allocation. And that RFP is actually going to be issued very shortly to begin that work, which will be a 2-year process, as well as the residential design guidelines, which we anticipate going to the Plan Commission and the AAC in the fall. The green projects are active development projects. You'll note that most of those have a decision point, likely the end of this year into the beginning of 2021, as well as some anticipated development projects. We have had some more development projects that have filed pre-application or have made some indication to the city that they will be filing applications. So we will update this slide prior to October 12th. Go to the next slide, please. Thank you. The priorities, which you know well, of housing, transportation, children, and youth. Again, noting in the housing, the third bullet down is the need to meet the RHNA allocation. We do anticipate that allocation to be somewhere in the 5,000 unit range, but we don't have that definitive number yet, but that will be part of the housing element work, which the planning division will be working on concurrently, potentially with these projects and the long range planning. Next slide, please. This is a map of both the gatekeeper proposals and current pending projects. Again, the top part in the light blue, 1 through 5, were the residential projects that were discussed in August. A reminder that project number 1322 El Camino did withdraw and will be processed as an amendment to the downtown precise plan. And then the projects to be discussed this evening, which are primarily commercial in nature, are labeled as 6 through 10 on this slide. Purple are pending mixed-use developments that include the Greystar South Main mixed-use project, Sequoia Station, and Sciufi. Other projects on here include Harborview, a hotel that was actually just approved by the Planning Commission last week, a proposal for Convention Way, as well as what's labeled as residential, but now mixed-use project on Arguello Street. Next slide, please. So again, I will briefly go over these development proposals, as I know the applicants will go into more detail. This is commonly known as the AutoZone site, the current tenant that is located on the site. It is highlighted in yellow. You'll note, and I'll talk a little bit more, this project has very recently changed so recently that it was not able to be amended for the staff report. So the applicant will need to go into more detail as to that change. If you could go to the next slide, please. This is a site plan for the proposed development. So you can see fronting El Camino Real on the left is the office building, and then the proposed teen center, which is at the corner of the project site, as well as the new proposal, which is labeled as affordable housing on a current party rental site. The proposal is for 154,000 square feet of office. The new BMR proposal is for 60 offsite units operated by HIP Housing. It's noted as offsite, but you'll note it's generally directly adjacent to the development site. The heights are noted there, as is the parking. This particular proposal is proposing to pay a parking in lieu fee. Obviously, that would be determined once the development gets more defined. But right now, that would be approximately 98 spaces at about $2.4 million. Next slide, please. This is a more zoomed in site plan, just gives a little bit more detail. I will note the previous proposal was for 20 to 30. The number had not been defined by the developer. On-site affordable units, so on-site units in the diagram labeled office, that has now changed. It's my understanding that has changed in order to facilitate some larger unit development. Next slide, please. So in summary, as do all these proposals, certainly in some form or another, we do believe that it meets your three highest strategic priorities of transportation by virtue of its location in the downtown area and proximity to Caltrain and bus service. It also proposes some shared off-peak public parking, the housing proposal, as I mentioned, as well as children and youth category for the community teen center. Next slide, please. 601 Allerton, the one project without a parentheses nickname. If it did, I'm guessing it would be the Social Security Administration building, probably as it's most commonly known, along with a few other tenants. It is noted on your slide with the yellow site outline in the very central part of the slide. Next slide, please. This is a rendering of the proposal, so it's the smallest in terms of square footage of the office proposals before you tonight. It also contains the smallest number of proposed BMR units, but those BMR units are located within the building. There's a small retail proposal or for a cafe at the ground floor, as well as a publicly accessible pickleball court and publicly accessible clubhouse. You'll be able to see that when we go to the next rendering. You can see the proposed height at about 5 stories. The number of parking spaces is undefined, but at about 46,000 square feet. Next slide, please. So this rendering shows you the pickleball courts there in pink on the rooftop, along with the clubhouse area. Again, the developer is proposing that those be publicly accessible. Certainly that would be a conversation as to how that would work logistically should the project be initiated. We do believe that this project does, again, meet the housing, transportation, children, and youth categories. I will note for affordable housing that in addition to the BMR units, they're proposing an additional contribution to the Affordable Housing Fund of $5.4 million, transportation priority due to its proximity to transit, and children and youth, in addition to the recreation space on the rooftop is a proposed $3.7 million contribution to the Police Activities League, as well as a $500,000 contribution to, I believe, to be defined local nonprofits. So with that, if I go to the next slide, thank you. The timeline, which we have discussed, so the study session in August, the study session tonight, we will come back to you in October with in the final initiation hearing, and I will, that ends this portion of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munzer. At this time, I just wanted to remind everyone that no council action will be taken on items this evening, as this is a study session. So now representatives from 901, 947, 999 El Camino Real, also known as AutoZone, will now give a presentation. Speakers John Fong, Rob Zerkley, Ben Johnson, and Mac Brennan of Kenson Ventures. I believe you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Howard.
You're welcome.
Hello, Mayor Howard, Vice Mayor Mister, and City Council members. My name is John Fong, and I represent Kenson Ventures and the Minkoff Group. We are local Redwood City owners and developers, and we're excited to present our 901 El Camino project. This is really exciting multi-use neighborhood changing project that combines housing, office, and a teen center. The project will embrace the REACH code by providing 100% electric and also achieve high levels of sustainability with LEED Gold and WELL certifications. Since we've submitted our application, we've continued to work to make it more beneficial to more people, and we'll share that in our presentation. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Rob Zerkel of Brick Architecture. Next slide.
Good evening, everyone. So this issue of context for this property is critical in our opinion. In spite of the pandemic's effect on traffic in this present moment, mobility continues to be a massive constraint to this region. And as a result, we're big believers in the synergies that emerge when you place employment centers and housing opportunities as close to public transit as possible. And this site is exceptional in this capacity. Next slide, please. As one of two projects proposed in the gatekeeper process west of Caltrain, this project has the capacity to not only capitalize on its relationship to local and regional transit, it also has the capacity to spread much needed positive energy to this northwestern portion of the downtown. Located at the crossroads of El Camino Real and the Broadway Street retail zone, the density of people living and working here will add to the vitality and purchasing power for the local shops in the area. And the close proximity to Sequoia High School and public transit opportunities make this property ideally situated to the teen center we proposed, making it accessible to Redwood City teens far and wide. Next slide. So you can see from these photos that the current condition of this property, as you're all aware, can be much improved and become a big contributor to El Camino Real in this neighborhood. Next. Now, thankfully, the council has been very clear with us and with all of the proposals being heard here tonight about what specific issues you'd like addressed as part of the continuing development of downtown Redwood City. Next. This property affords a unique opportunity to improve an area of downtown that is highly visible, provide much needed affordable housing, and creates a teen center that is sorely needed and will be heavily utilized. Next.
Redwood City teens spoke in front of City Council last year about how they lack space for themselves in Redwood City. So for the past year, we've been working with the teens to make this happen. Next slide. Let me introduce you to Ben Johnson and Mac Brennan of the Teen Advisory Board to speak more about our proposed teen center.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ben Johnson, and I am the chair of this city's Teen Advisory Board. I'm here to speak on behalf of the benefits this project will have for teens. Where there is currently a small restaurant, this development would add a teen center where we could safely gather and have fun. I believe that this center has the ability to be a game changer for teens. If young kids want to hang out with their friends, they have the opportunity to get together and hang out at the youth center at Red Morton. For a long time, teens haven't had a safe and fun place like the one proposed as part of this project. I remember many Friday nights during my sophomore year where my friends and I would go to Sequoia High School and just wander around because we often felt there was nothing for us to do in Redwood City. This teen center could change that. While I will have graduated from high school and probably won't be here in Redwood City to see the building completed, I hope that teens in the future will not have to settle for just hanging at Sequoia High School as I did. That's something that I hope this center can provide for teens, a place to socialize, have fun, or learn something new. This is something other young age groups have, but our teens unfortunately don't, and hopefully they will if this project is approved. Thank you for listening. Next slide, please.
Hello, I'm Mac Brennan, Vice Chair of the Teen Advisory Board, and I want to echo the significance of what Ben said. Teenagers do not have a designated space in downtown Redwood City. Having a teen center would do more than be a space to have fun, but it would also provide a safe working environment. Sometimes going home is not an option, and working in a public area with strangers can be intimidating. Having a place for people like you will better the chance of getting quality work done. Part of this was to have a late night study to include teens with after-school commitments as well. When the developers came to our December meeting, the board also discussed that if we were to add a dance studio or music room, teenagers would have the freedom to pursue their passions without financial worry. Having an open kitchen where teens can learn to cook or work in a cafe would teach the skills necessary to get jobs and keep them. Overall, the more variety of spaces provided to teenagers will give them more opportunities to succeed in the future and be prepared for the world outside of high school. Thank you. And next slide.
So we think it's symbolically and physically important to create a visually transparent, welcoming, and accessible space for teens. The public plaza here allows the center to expand outward and multiply the program opportunities and the type and size of gatherings it can host for the teens. But this plaza is also a critical spatial link to the adjacent office building, and as such provides a phenomenal opportunity to connect people of all ages in this important proposed space. Next.
So we've continued to develop our public plaza to really celebrate Redwood City history. And in doing so, we are proposing Chrysanthemum Plaza. Next slide. So Japanese Americans were the biggest growers of chrysanthemums in Redwood City. Unfortunately, they lost everything during World War II because of internment. Typically, Japanese Americans did not return to their former communities because there was nothing to come home to. Fortunately, the sad history was different in Redwood City, where community members helped Japanese Americans reestablish their farms. People helping people. I love this idea of reintegration and making the community whole again through the symbol of the chrysanthemum. In today's world where there's much division and calls for social justice and racial justice, I hope we can learn from history, our history, that this plaza can be a source of inspiration to bring our community together. Next slide.
So this is a really important story and aspect of history in Redwood City. And as designers, as we look for the intersection of meaning and form, it turns out that the concentric radial structure of the flower itself gives us some strong clues to run with. From the earliest sketches shown here, next slide, to the more specific plans we have on this slide, the chrysanthemum's physical properties have helped us see a way of creating overlapping multi-use spaces within the larger construct of this new public plaza. Importantly, this space is not only physically connects the teens to the rich history that the space itself seeks to tell, but our research has also yielded a treasure trove of recorded oral histories around this topic. Utilizing current technologies, we can create a self-guided audio tour where mobile devices can help communicate the oral history of the Japanese internment. Talk about how the agricultural industry created by this beautiful flower helped to create a way forward for many. And all of this within the backdrop of a form-giving space that connects visual senses to the spoken word. Next. We feel strongly that this space has the capacity to unite people around an important aspect of history and create an authentic Redwood City experience that connects people together, looking backward and also looking forward. Next. So as we've previously mentioned, and the council has made clear is compulsory, our project is enabled by its amazing access to existing transit. Next. Our proposed project utilizes the regional and local access provided by Caltrain and Samtrans to connect this part of downtown to the rest of the Bay Area. but improved pedestrian and bike experiences will also enhance this area as an important gateway into and out of the downtown core. Next slide, please.
So through all our meetings with the community, we have continued to hear about the need for housing, more specifically, housing that's affordable.
Into our housing fund, which we have essentially.
Okay, next slide. Our affordable housing partner, HIP Housing, kept on telling us how great it would be, given our proximity to the Broadway strip of retail and Sequoia Station, that people can actually have the chance to live by where they work. So we were excited to propose 20 to 30 affordable units, from studios to one bedrooms. But we kept on hearing that Redwood City lacked affordable housing for families and that the need was for larger units. So we listened and did everything we could to propose larger units as well as more units. Next slide. As discussed earlier, and as I said, we've continued to develop this project, and it now includes 2529 Broadway, the A1 party rental site next door. We are proposing more than double the amount of units, 60 affordable units, but also the majority are 2 and 3 bedroom units to give families a chance to live by transit and downtown amenities. Next slide. Next slide. We look forward to continue engaging with everyone on this project. Thank you, City Council and Redwood City, for your time this evening.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And they were the representatives for 901, 947, and 999 El Camino Real. Now we'll hear from the representatives for 601 Allerton, who will now give a presentation. The speaker this evening is Michael Hallow of Premia LLC. Mr. Hallow? Hallow.
Thank you, Diane. And thanks everyone on the City Council. Thanks to everybody in the community that called in tonight, shared their comments earlier. Let's go to the first page. Just a short commercial on my company. So I started Premia in 2009. I was a one-man show till 2014. We're based here in downtown Redwood City. We now have 6 employees. The majority of our projects are in Redwood City, so I like to think we're pretty familiar with the issues. We're here every day and have had a lot of discussions with people in the community on this project and other projects, and so understand the hot button issues and I think what's needed in the community. Next page. These are some of our projects. So you may recognize 1180 Main, which is was a big hole in the ground. Now there's steel coming out as of today. And that project has the 20,000 feet of public park and open space. And we're building a container cafe there, which is a well-known project. For the most part, we're a boutique operator, so most of our buildings are pretty small. Next page. Last year, we launched a partnership with PAL Redwood City. This is a voluntary $2 million commitment. It was part of our 1180 Main project. Ivan Martinez, who runs PAL here, told me that the Boys and Girls of Hoover had not have access to after-school sports. So we put together this program. We started launching sports teams, 22 sports teams all in, boys and girls, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, year round. So these dollars are giving a lot of just awesome young kids a chance to get out on the field, on the court, have fun with one another, sweat, build confidence, build skills. We also built out PAL's fitness facility, and if you have a chance to check that out, I would check it out. As part of the COVID for over the summer here, Redwood City Education Fund, we came in as the largest single contributor to, and you can find out more about this on their website, but mental health counseling for the kids, school supplies, noise counseling, headphones, as a lot of these under-resourced kids are, it's a real challenge and they need our help. So we'll continue to work with both of these groups as part of 601 Allerton. Next slide. Oh, sorry. And just, you'll see a bunch of images, our company's names on all these jerseys. These are some of the kids that played sports with us, and we'll hopefully get them back out there in 2021. Next page. This is a preservation project we did with HIP as part of our 1180 Main. Really, the only point here is just to demonstrate that I think good things can come of commercial projects. And so this is us out inside in front of that complex. Next page. And then getting to 601 Allerton. So we've owned this building for 7 years, and we built 550 Allerton across the street. We're glad that the city is initiating this process. This is in the northwestern area of the downtown precise plan. There's a number of office buildings and government buildings, and it's just kind of a quiet little area. It's a few blocks from Caltrain, so and there's offices, office buildings on all four corners. So it seems to me like a good location near Caltrain for office. The next slide, please. Okay, thank you. This is the existing building. It's built in the early 80s. It's to some extent obsolete. There's 3 suites. One of the 3 suites doesn't have any windows. It's an old stick frame building. It was built originally as an athletic club, for those of you on this call that remember 30, 40 years ago, and it was converted to an office. And it's just, it's a pretty old and tired building. Next slide. And this is what we're proposing. This is a project overview here. So all of our projects that we've done, we push all of our parking below grade. So this would be the same way. You drive in on Allerton Street, which is to the left side of this page. And it's on grade, hand your keys to the valet, and then they take it down to a B1 or B2 level. So the entire street is fully animated. You're not looking at the backs of cars or louvers. And the height of the buildings is only 59 feet as a result. And then we are planning 8 workforce housing units on the shaded side of the street. So these would be street level studio units. And just as a point of to clear something up that I heard the summary. So we just are proposing 8 workforce housing units for this. The total cost for us to do that is $7 million. So it's not an additional $5 or $7 million contribution that we're proposing. So affordable here on Fuller. And then if you're down in this area, it's a few block walk to Broadway. And so we're proposing a small indoor-outdoor cafe, give this area just a little bit of a heartbeat, and give some of the office tenants and residents in this area a quick place to go and just give it a little bit of life. And then we are proposing floors 2 through 5 as office. There's 20,000 feet of office now on this property, so it's about a 60,000 foot net increase. And then, one of the things that we've heard over the years from the community is the decline of just the number of family options. I have kids. I've lived in downtown Redwood City. I agree. And so what we wanted to do was a community-based facility. Pickleball, it's the fastest growing sport in America. It takes a few minutes to learn. Anybody can play it. We would promote this to restaurant workers downtown, folks in the service industry, family, and it's just an awesome way to go have fun, break a sweat, enjoy it. The courts are really small, so you can hang, talk to each other. It's a really fun sport. And then we have this big deck that, we would also promote. You can just sit out there and enjoy, before or after you play. And then we'd also try to target wellness in this area. And so you'd have good views. And this would be, I think, a pretty cool place to grab some sun and get some exercise and create memories in this downtown area. You'll notice towards the top there on that deck, that's the where the elevator comes up. So the people in the community just have their own separate entrance on Fuller here and can just cruise up the elevator and go do it. This is a non-for-profit operation. We've talked to PAL about being the operator for the project, but again, the idea is this is a non-exclusive, highly affordable opportunity for the community. Next page. And these are just a couple more images of the project. This area in the downtown precise plan, the north of Marshall, provides for more modern type opportunities. We know that, Redwood City residents, me included, we're not a fan of just glass boxes. And so this strikes that balance. It's light, it's airy. There's steel and texture and traditional large glass windows. So we like the look of it. Next page. One more image. I'm running out of time. So let's go next page. We have a video which we'll skip, but if you want to learn about pickleball, check it out on YouTube. It's a really fun, easy sport. Next page. These are community benefits. So a total of $9.6 million, affordable on site, an additional $2 million to PAL, and then $500,000 to Redwood City Education Fund. And then, we've done a lot with the library and Brave Maker in the past. So those would be great candidates for additional funds. Next page. And this is us. This is, if you have questions, you can ask maybe in this setting or come to our office and express your views. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hallow. Council now has the opportunity to ask any clarifying questions of staff or either of the project developers before we open the public hearing. Does City Council have any clarifying questions they'd like to ask? Councilmember Reddy?
Mr. Hallow, just to clarify, are all 8 of those workforce housing units studios? Did you say they're all studios?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hale?
Mayor, my hand is not raised.
Okay, I thought I saw it up. Okay, so if there are no council clarifying questions, I will now open the public hearing to take public comment on the 2 project proposals. In order to see how many speakers we have for public comment on this item, I ask that everyone who wishes to speak on any of the 2 project proposals, please raise your hand now. I see at this time we have 6 speakers. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to either of the 2 project proposals? I see we have, well, I'll give another minute, people to raise their hands. At this time, we have 9 speakers who'd like to speak. So what I will do is I am going to give each speaker, okay, we're up to 10 speakers. So at this time, I'm going to request that each speaker limit their comments to 2 minutes. I'd really appreciate that because I have a feeling there'll be more speakers as we go on. So it'll be 2 minutes each. And I will call 2 speakers. And the last speaker at this time is Nisha Masharani. My first speaker is Kate Comfort Har, and then Lizette Espinoza Garnica.
Hello, I'm Kate Comfort Har, Executive Director of HIP Housing. And HIP Housing has been working on new and creative ways to support the production of deed-restricted affordable housing, and increasingly this is through cross-sector collaborations. And here in Redwood City, building on the preservation of 7 units on Stafford and 10 on Rawlison using collaborative models, we are now on 2 proposals in this gatekeeper process. Each is very different from the other, and each builds on new models for HIP housing. And I'm here tonight to clarify our role in the 2 projects that we are associated with. And I want to start with, and just speak specifically now to the 901 through 999 project. So John Fong and Kenson Ventures approached HIP Housing early on to talk about unit size and design and amenities and what kind of possible collaboration models might exist. And we landed on a property management relationship where HIP Housing's property management division would provide third-party property management services to ensure that all of the units in the 901 et al. Development remains affordable and in compliance. HIP Housing currently manages 690 affordable units, but this will represent the first time that we'll be in contract for full property management services with a market rate developer. We were excited to learn of the possibility of providing even more units than was originally envisioned in this project. And should it be determined by the Council and Planning Commission that this project move forward, HIP Housing is committed to the partnership and would be excited to be a part of the affordable housing component and to ensuring that the integrity of the affordable housing units is maintained. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Har. Lizette Espinoza Garnica, then Alex Melendrez.
Hi. Well, you know me, and I've spoken on this issue before, and you know that you probably know what I'm going to ask for. I ask that we prioritize right now instead of office spaces during a pandemic, when those who would typically be working these jobs in offices are now telecommuting, that we instead invest in public housing and housing everyone. A couple candidates, or not candidates, but a couple members of the council, or at least one, calls themselves a Housing for All advocate. So I would like to see that within this 8-year cycle of development for housing, that we try to prioritize housing for all as much as possible, since we are very behind. According to the California Department of Housing and Community Development, we are supposed to build 706 of very low income housing, 17% of which we have built in the 5 years of this 8-year cycle, whereas we have built 154% of above moderate housing units. And these housing units are also that are being built right now are studios, and we have a lot of families, multi-generations living within a house. So we need to create public housing for everyone. We need to secure housing in all of our plans that emphasizing housing as a human right. We shouldn't just create affordable housing because you know you have to pay out to that an amount that a lot of people can't make in our city. People from my district certainly can't afford the affordable housing rates right now. So you need to create public housing and rapid rehousing and incentivize developers to do this in some way. And to create revenue would be to start taxing big business. This is something that folks are doing in other cities, and we are just bound to do it eventually. So we ought to start looking into taxing big business to build up more revenue, because we can definitely afford to have a voucher plan, Project 8, to house everyone and pay for their rent. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garnica. Alex Melendrez, and then Douglas.
Hello, Redwood City City Council and city staff. My name is Alex Melendrez. It's good to be here, be it virtually. HLC has been watching. I forgot my thing. I'm with the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County, or HLC. We work with communities and their leaders to produce and preserve quality, affordable homes. HLC has been watching Redwood City's gatekeeper process for a while, and we really want to commend the city for thinking big picture about what will be needed in order to hit our regional housing goals. We really want to thank you for the August 10th gatekeeper study session that prioritized housing, and we can't wait to see it move forward. Speaking tonight, we know that this is a challenging process and there are many trade-offs that need to be evaluated. So we thank you for engaging in this, continuing to engage in this work. We are encouraged to see that commercial projects are being considered alongside housing solutions that will happen. And I'd like to ask the council to prioritize proposals and solutions that support the most amount of affordable housing, as well as transportation investments. The pandemic has really shown us how much housing is tied to one's health. I just listened to a KQED podcast where a physician mentioned how there is no medicine as powerful as housing. I may have said this earlier at an earlier meeting, but we need to start looking at housing, all housing as homes for people, and we must continue to make needed space for more lower income community members. I thank you for studying this tonight, and I thank you for your commitment during this health crisis. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Melendrez. Douglas, and then Isabella Chu.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
It's not Douglas, it's his wife again, Susan. Hello, everyone. Again, I want to highly express about, I'd like to know, everybody on this call, what's affordable housing to everyone on this call? It seems to me everything that's been built around Redwood City, and I've lived here in the Bay Area for quite a while in Redwood City, I don't see affordable housing for low income families. And it's just sad to me when Redwood City is allowing all these developers to come in and build these office buildings that they're empty. It's a waste of space and empty units. And it just saddens me that all these units around town sit empty. And especially with COVID, there are so many people that are working out of their homes. They decided to move out of the Bay Area because they can go elsewhere, because Redwood City is so expensive to live. And to me, every single unit, you guys, everybody says it's affordable housing. It is not affordable housing. I'd like to know what you guys think affordable housing is, because I'll tell you, half of these empty units around town are in the 3,000 to 4,000 and on up. And then you're going to have empty, wasted space of these businesses. Then you're going to have people with graffiti and all this. We've seen it around. All these empty stores and whatnot went because it, closed up shop because of COVID. And now you have everybody graffiti and destroying these businesses. And I'm sad to see that. So I would like to see more affordable housing and more focus in Redwood City Council to focus in on more space for more families to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Isabella Chu, and then Judy Borse.
So good evening, Council, and thank you for this process. I think both of these projects are, in general, very good. Obviously, mixed use was the way cities were built before, for millennia, before 1920. That's kind of the way cities have always been built, so that people could work and shop and live kind of in close proximity. I'm also very excited about the private and HIP housing partnership. I think that there's a lot of family housing in these, which is very, very difficult to get built, and will really allow our families to stay here. As I'm sure you're well aware, there's a monotonic dose response between proximity to opportunity and good outcomes in kids. It's incredibly important that we provide our families with affordable places to live. And, kind of echoing what other commenters have said, I do think that there is going to be a shakeup in what offices look like in the future. And I do think that the assumption that offices are going to be profitable and full may or may not get disrupted. So I do think that we need to be thinking about the future and build things in a way where that space is flexible. I would also point out that one of these projects has an awful lot of parking for a building so close to the train. So it'd be awesome to even consider how we might even further reduce that parking and add more housing. But in general, these are great projects. They're attractive. They fit in with the community, and they provide desperately needed affordable housing, and are partnering with a very well-respected organization in HIP Housing. And I hope that they will move forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Judy Bors, and then Bob Lee.
Okay, hi. I mostly have some questions. The mixed use projects looks interesting, but if I look at the 5 projects you have, there's over 800,000 square feet of office space. And like some of the previous commenters, I'm wondering where is going to be the need for 800,000 square feet of office space, and where's going to be the parking and the increased traffic. I noticed in one of your assumptions that you talked about 2040 having in peak hours trains running every 5 minutes in an hour, and we're so far from that. I'm part of Voices for Transit, and we're just trying to salvage our transit system and keep it running and operational given COVID. So I'm very confused and not understanding where we need 800,000 plus square feet of commercial space, and what that does with transit, and how it really, some of the assumptions just don't make sense to me of how all that space is going to be used, and why people are going to suddenly do everything by train when that hasn't been the case. So I'd really like a broader understanding of this overall plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Lee, then Misha Sillen.
Thank you, Mayor Howard and council members, and thanks for the teams for sharing their plans. I just wanted to be quick and short, and just wanted to echo everything Lizette and some of the others spoke to earlier, encourage more focus by the developers on more affordable housing, and reminding them that the office use space will be changing in the future as people do continue to work from home more and offices are being used less. The workplace will be the home, and the home will be the workplace. And I think that that's a really important concept to remember and to really build into the plans, because we do need more affordable housing for everyone. I'd also like to point out, it seemed like a lot of the developers were working with and donating through PALs, for example. So I encourage them to look at other organizations which directly impact other people of color and other organizations as well, and not just PALs as kind of a default of where they can spend their kind of money into the community. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Misha Sillen, and then Nisha Masharani.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, City Council. This is Misha. I'm a resident of Edgewood Park and a member of Peninsula for Everyone. My comment on these projects is just to say that I think, based on the research we've seen about the housing affordability crisis in the Bay Area, it seems like the main thing causing it is that we have a lot of new jobs, high-paying jobs being created here in the Bay Area, and these workers are coming in and displacing other people that currently live here, putting pressure on housing and thus increasing housing costs, because there's a lot more people looking for housing than housing that we have. Looking at these projects, based on my math, just like the previous commenter said, we're looking at over 800,000 square feet of office and only about a couple of hundred housing units. Even looking at the general plan for downtown, that was 500,000 square feet of office and over 2,000 units of housing that City Council approved 10 years ago. So this is just, in my opinion, going to really increase pressure on housing in the area by creating a lot more room for workers, but not increasing any or not providing any place for them to live. I realize there's other things here like, a center for teens, pickleball court, things like that. But I urge City Council to look past that and understand that I think putting this amount of office in place without housing is going to create serious problems, more serious problems than we have now. So maybe these developers should be putting in, homeless shelters along these projects instead of teen centers, because that's what we're going to need. So I really urge you to look to zone for more housing instead of these office buildings. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. My next speaker is Nisha Masharani, and then Chris Johnson. And I wanted to say my last speaker under public comment will be Mark Wolohan. We'll be closing the public comment period after Mark Wolohan. So Nisha.
Hi, my name is Nisha Mashrani, and I am a resident of Redwood City. I think all of you know that we are in the middle of a housing crisis. And while I think these commercial developments have the potential to bring additional revenue to Redwood City, right now, I'm not sure that they actually are going to bring that revenue and that benefit to the people who live in this community. I just want to kind of reinforce the numbers that Lisette mentioned. We have to build 706 very low income units by 2023. And right now we've only built about 17% of those. Redwood City currently has 494 people living in RVs, 157 people living in the streets, 66 people living in encampments. So we clearly have a lot of work to do. I'm extremely worried that these commercial projects in their current proposed state will exacerbate gentrification and won't actually improve the lives of everyone who lives in Redwood City. I believe we have a lot more work to do to fight that gentrification and make sure that Redwood City is a safe place where everyone, every single person specifically, is housed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. My next speaker is Chris Johnson, then Mike Dunham.
Good evening, City Council, City staff, members of the public. My name is Chris Johnson. I live in Redwood City. I thought I was going to have 3 minutes. If I get cut off, I'll continue during the second comment period on the other projects. But I'd like to step back for 1 minute. There have been many calls to sunset the downtown precise plan, given that we've reached the office cap, and it appears that we're headed that direction with our efforts focusing on a new plan, Central Redwood City. I agree with that approach, but I'm curious how at the same time we can start the process for enormous and incredibly impactful office projects that are before you this evening. Why are we entertaining projects that are being designed upon a foundation, the DTPP, that is going away? I recognize there is no decision on this tonight, but I believe it's a big question worth considering. A community visioning process is much needed and has been promised as part of the upcoming Central Redwood City effort, and that will allow us to revisit some of the more contentious DTPP issues, including parking minimums, corner-to-corner requirements, historic resources, affordable housing, and building heights. But instead, we're contemplating whether to proceed with projects that are based on assumptions of the DTPP that were made over 10 years ago. The EIR alone for the DTPP was from 2008. I'm gobsmacked that we are still not revisited those assumptions that went into the plan, and we have yet to do community engagement to find out from our stakeholders what's working and what's not working. Currently, there is 2.7 million square feet of office space already in the queue, 2.7 million square feet that is either proposed, part of a development agreement, or under construction that does not require a general plan amendment like the projects before you this evening. That's equal to roughly 10,800 jobs. Given that, what is the rush to advance these projects in the 830,000 square feet of office that come with them? Thank you. I'll continue my speech later this evening.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mike Dunham, and my final speaker will be Mark Wolohan.
Good evening, Council.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Mike Dunham. My wife and I live in Burlingame, but I actually work in Redwood City, and I'm looking forward to physically going back there someday. I think this study session raises some interesting questions about how cities develop. I think, unlike a couple of the prior commenters, I don't think these office buildings will end up being empty or unused post-pandemic. I imagine the developers who are investing a lot of time and resources and money into building these things know what they're doing and are not going to throw away money on office buildings that end up going empty. But I do think this raises important questions about jobs housing balance in Redwood City and important questions about tenant protections. I think the reason people fear new office buildings in a place like the Bay Area is that there are a lot of folks living on the knife's edge of displacement, a lot of folks living on the knife's edge of homelessness. I think if Redwood City had stronger tenant protections, if you had really serious relocation assistance, if folks' homes are redeveloped, if you had really serious rent control to keep families in their homes, that would do a lot to mitigate the worries about substantial office development like this. I think this also speaks to the importance of zoning for a lot more housing than you have. So there's tons of demand for large employee in downtown to be in a walkable, transit accessible corridor. That's a blessing. I think there's cities all over the country that are really worried about their futures, really worried about their municipal budgets, that would kill to be in your position. And so rather than plan for the worst case, I think you should plan optimistically, zone for a lot more housing to match these jobs and keep these things in balance. And that would do a lot for the residents of Redwood City. And if you add the tenant protections, it would do a lot for the folks who are really worried about what happens here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunham. My last speaker is Mark Wolahan.
Yeah, my name is Mark Wolahan, running for District 7. I'll keep it short. I'll just want to reiterate what everybody else has said pretty much so eloquently. I do think that we don't need more office space. People just adding office space will just increase the demand to move here, which will just increase the market rate rent, which will just increase gentrification and displacement. I think right now with the housing crisis, it doesn't make sense to add just an exorbitant amount of office space, and especially with COVID and the lack of demand for office space in this moment, and probably going forward, as big corporations have already expressed their future plans to develop more of a work from home format. So I just want to say in general that I'm not big on developing a lot more office space. I think it'll just exacerbate an already bad housing situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wolahan. If there's no objection, I will now close the public hearing and we'll open it up for council discussion. Please raise your hand if you'd like to ask any questions of the two representatives here this evening. Who would like to begin? Someone jump in.
I will.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Borgens.
I think Councilmember Hale was first. I'm sorry.
Was that Councilmember Hale? Go right ahead.
Okay.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Janet. I appreciate that she was trying to save everyone from the awkward silence. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you to everybody who came and spoke this evening, particularly the youth. It's always wonderful to hear from our youth and our youth commission. So thank you. And then I want to say thank you to the applicants. Despite one of the comments that was made, I know that there was actually significant public process put into this, and I think the teen committee is a great example of that. So I think one important clarification based on some of the comments from the members of the public is that as a city, we cannot reject applications. We have to look at every application, and that's a part of what this process is doing. In tandem with the many other things and plans we have going on in the city. And that's what Mr. Munzer had presented earlier. So these are independent, though happening concurrently. So I wanted to offer, I had a couple of questions and then a couple of comments. For AutoZone, two main questions. One is who will operate the teen center? And do you have an estimation of the annual cost?
So in regards to the teen center, we've been in conversation with Parks and Rec over the last year plus. The staff at Parks and Rec said they would operate it, but given COVID, we've had now discussions about maybe that will change. And so those discussions.
Okay. I just think that's important because we are in a different financial situation. And so I don't have an answer to that right now. It's just something that I wanted to better understand. The second question I had for you is how much affordable housing could you build if it was built off-site?
Can you clarify when you mean off-site, Councilmember Hill?
So the 60 units, they're in a nearby building, or are they in a building? Could you explain a little bit more about?
Yes. So the site is kitty corner to the current site, the AutoZone site. And so right next door. We, using current zoning, we're allowed to go a certain height. And so given that height and then the need to have ground floor retail on the ground floor, as well as parking, we did a whole analysis recently. This was all, again, last minute, but we could do 60 units with majority 2 and 3 bedroom units.
And that's what I wanted to validate as well. And I really appreciate that. I think you heard from almost every council member in the last session on the housing projects related to gatekeeper process that we really do push for 2 and 3, particularly 3 bedroom units, because they're so hard to find. And that is a big factor in displacing families, and they're less common to see built in new developments. And I wanted to add one comment for this project, which is that I really, truly love the concept of the Chrysanthemum Plaza. And I was really impressed by how much time this applicant spent learning about the history of Redwood City. They had even spoken to a thesis student at Stanford. Somebody was writing a thesis on this. And they had spoken with our history, our museum staff. So I really appreciated the thought that went into that. For Premia and Allerton, I had a couple of questions. So when I looked at the slide on your funding, it said 7 million in affordable housing, but it was just 8 units. And so could you build more units for that 7 million if you went offsite, if they weren't embedded right in the project?
That's a good question. Yeah, we could. So if we did something like we did for 1180 Main, we could probably double that number, or we're buying an existing building and preserving those units for affordable. We as a company don't buy residential land. We don't build residential apartments. So I don't have the wherewithal to give you a cost estimate on us building it ourselves offsite. But yes, our estimates is very, very expensive to do this on site. We're a much smaller site and it's constrained, and the units are smaller than we'd like them to be honest. And so we could do a lot more and put a bigger dent in the 700 unit goal number that was mentioned earlier. So that's a possibility.
Okay, I just wanted to see if that's something you are open to as well.
Yeah, we're open to it.
Great, and I also wanted to say thank you for the tremendous community support of both PAL and the Education Foundation. I know these are needs that really arose due to COVID and the mental health needs of our kids. And I'm really grateful to the foundation that they started this fund, and that you are, I believe, their largest single donor in their 37-year history. So I really appreciate that as well. My overall comments for these 2 projects, and that'll probably be true for the evening, is that we should be maximizing the affordable housing. You know, for a lot of the folks who've spoken, we're very much aware of our RHNA numbers. RHNA is a really interesting thing. It used to come with support from the state government in the form of redevelopment funds. After the Great Recession, they took those funds away, but they still kept the same numbers. So now cities were left without the funding they needed to build affordable housing, but with the same numbers. So if you look across the board, across the state, very, very few cities hit their RENA goals. As a new council member, when I started looking into this, I thought it was bizarre. It's sort of the definition of insanity that you would have the same numbers and that you would never hit them, and then they just give you a new number and you don't hit it. So cities have had to get really creative, and we're actually one of the cities who's gotten really creative by not having developers pay into a fund where you never quite get to the threshold of actually building the housing, but rather asking the developers to build the housing. And so what you're seeing here tonight is the putting that into practice. And so we'll figure out, how this moves forward, but I just wanted to provide some of that clarification. And I think that there's a lot of speculation on the needs for office space. And we've spoken about this in previous meetings around transportation and our central transit district. A couple of staff clarifications on this. One is for the staff to remind us, so this is the beginning of the process. If any of these projects were to move out of the gatekeeper process, so they would be moving forward, does that imply that they would be approved, or would there be additional process and approvals there? And I don't know if Mr. Munzer could take that, or Ms. Diaz.
Certainly, Councilmember Hale. Yes, so if a project were to be initiated, it would begin the project review process. So it does not imply or either approval or rejection of the project. It merely begins the planning process. So that has everything to do with looking at the underlying land uses. It involves CEQA and environmental review. It involves several advisory commissions would review the project, and ultimately coming back to the city council. And, typically can be up to a 2-year process.
Thank you for adding that, because that was going to be my next question. So 2-year process, and I certainly hope we're through COVID by then, but I guess my point is that there are some of these projects that could get approved and then could financially not make it through that 2-year process, or through other parts of the process, may not make it through there. So we don't really know how things are going to shake out on office. I know personally, my husband and I are tired of standing still in front of Zoom calls all day in one position and not being able to move. But maybe some people like that. I would love to see to staff to help us better answer this question, if there's a way of calculating the balance between offsetting office space with affordable housing. I did see a calculation like that for a recent San Mateo project, and it was in the Daily Journal. I'm not asking for it right now, but I'm hoping that we could have a better understanding of that, because we are also comparing apples to oranges. Some of these projects have varying levels of affordability. So it would be helpful to understand that. And I know in Redwood City, we're so careful about keeping our jobs housing balance in sync and not putting it out of whack. So something like that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hale. Councilmember Borgens.
Thank you, Mayor Howard. And I want to thank everyone who spoke tonight. It's really exciting to have so many new voices out here, and especially to the teens that spoke tonight. I'm really pleased that we have projects that are taking the need of our youth in our community very seriously and coming up with some creative ways to help us bring forth some really good areas and places for our teens. I do have some questions regarding or statements to the developers. I want you to go as deep as you can on your affordability for any housing wherever you place it. I agree with Councilmember Hale. I would really like to see more off-site units if you can get more housing. I also would like to see more larger units for families, because we are not building a lot of units for families. So I'm really pleased to see that we did have some 2 and 3 bedrooms. I would entertain that at some point we look at even 4 bedrooms. We have families that really need, and these are in affordable units. We really need family housing. Just building housing and say we're building it, if it doesn't accommodate our families, that does concern. It becomes a real concern for the community. And then I really want to be confident. And a speaker said that, I heard a speaker say that I don't feel that the office developers would be putting their money out there or building an office if they weren't confident that there would be a need for it. And I'm not sure. I really want to make sure that we are the county seat, and I understand the need for office space. But at the same time, we are in a different time right now, and there are a lot of companies revisiting how they conduct business and where they conduct that business. I do agree with Councilmember Hale. I have also heard that people are tired of staying at home. You know, they live there, they eat there, you know, they carry on their family business there, but they need to get out of the house once in a while. So getting back to work is going to be, getting back to a work site is probably going to be a huge relief for them. But I want to make sure that we are not going to have a massive amount of empty office space where we could actually use more housing now. We certainly aren't going to not need more in the future. It is not going to go away, the needs for housing that we have and the deep affordability for that housing. So, you know, I really appreciate the developers putting our youth in the front of everything. I'm very appreciative of the dollars you put to the Education Foundation and to PAL. PAL is an amazing organization that provides for some of our neediest families, and they do an amazing job protecting our children from harm and obstacles and problems. And the families are very grateful for organizations like that. So I'm very grateful for that kind of help. And that is a lot of money, and I'm not going to discount it. But I really want to make sure that you get as deep as you can into that, the housing portion. If you're going to make a mixed use, if you're close to any type of shopping centers or close to any of that, maybe you can not have retail on the bottom and put more housing in. And the teen center you mentioned, you may have a place for cooking. I want to make sure that it is then developed in a way where you can put some type of cooking facility in there. It's very costly to create that after a project has been developed. So I want to make sure that if we say we're going to do it, let's go as deep as we can on the affordability. The community benefits that are being presented need to be long-standing, and they need to support our families and youth. I want to make sure that the office that we are talking about potentially developing is going to be used, is going to be utilized. And there has been a deep dive and research on the need for all of that office space, rather than missing an opportunity for housing. I would be more inclined to rezone if we have to for housing rather than for office space. So I do appreciate the developers who came before us. The chrysanthemum history, amazing. That is amazing. The information you brought to us and the research you did on that, that is very humbling, and it's very appreciated. It shows a deep commitment and understanding of Redwood City's history and how you want to preserve that. So I do thank you for that. So as we move forward and we go on to more of these discussions, the deeper you can go would be very appreciated. And I do appreciate the outreach to the needs in our community already. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Borgens. Our city manager, Melissa Stevenson Diaz, and Mark Munzer have their hands raised. I think they want to clarify some questions. Ms. Diaz?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Briefly, I just wanted to speak to the questions earlier regarding the AutoZone site and the teen center and operation of that, and just to amplify that we do not at this time have any analysis about whether or not the city would be able to operate that center. As you know, later next month, we'll be discussing our operating deficit and our approach to our long-term financial sustainability, and so that'll be an important consideration as we think about any service expansions. Thanks.
Thank you. And Mr. Munzer?
Thank you, Mayor Howard. I just wanted to call the council's attention to attachment C of the staff report that details per the city's affordable housing ordinance each of these projects and what their requirement would be by AMI category. And most of them meet, or if not greatly exceed, those requirements. So we also have, of course, Ms. McGill and Ms. Lancaster if there's some more in-depth questions, but I did want to call to your attention that some analysis had been done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munzer. Councilmember Bain?
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, that last comment I think is a good way to help set up this conversation a little bit. And then I'll have a few questions for the developers. Based on the public comment, I think there's a little bit of confusion about what we're doing tonight. So first of all, I want to be clear that this is a study session. So we were not taking any vote tonight to move forward with any particular project. We're discussing the projects as part of the gatekeeper process. And the purpose of the gatekeeper process is to have discussions with developers about the benefits that they're proposing for them, so that we can look at each of those benefits and weigh them against each other and determine which are the best benefits to move forward with, if they outweigh the disadvantages of the project, or if we want to push for more benefits from those projects. And so one of the questions that I think has come up through public comment is related to affordability. And Mr. Munzer, since you just referred to AMI, which is area median income, maybe you could talk a little bit more about that, because I think the term affordable, it's a term that I prefer not to use because it's a relative term. But when we talk about affordability levels, we're talking about different levels of area median income, 80, 50, and below. Can you just talk a little bit about that and what our RENA numbers are expecting us to do and what these developers are offering?
Certainly, Councilmember Bain. I'll give it a start, and then I'll ask for Lynn Lancaster to jump in to assist. So when I refer to AMI, area median income, and there's 4 different categories that are a part of that are percentages of income of the overall area median income, and that includes very low income, moderate, and above moderate. And it depends on your household size as to, and certainly your income, as to which category your particular household would fall into and what you would be eligible for. So correct, the term affordable housing is oftentimes used as a blanket term, when in actuality there's many subcategories that again go from very low, which is just 30% of area median income, to above moderate, which I believe is 120%. Generally speaking, the city has produced about half of the RENA allocation from our previous housing element requirement, or the one we're currently in from 2015 to 2022. It has produced over in the above moderate category. It has produced hundreds of units in the very low income and low income categories, but they are below what the requirement was from the state. So, Lynn, I don't know if you have additional information you'd like to add to that.
I think that was a good start. If there's any additional specifics you want me to answer, Councilmember Bain, I'd be happy to. But I think that was a great overview from Mr. Munzer.
Yeah, no, I think that's the right level of detail that I wanted to put out there for the public. I'd also like to just say for the members of the public that there are 2 ways that the city meets the RENA numbers. The city is not a developer, and so we don't actually build or own housing. What we do is we can acquire land that then we can work with a nonprofit developer to build. And we've done that a few times. There's a project called Arroyo Green that's going up right now. That's a project with Mid-Peninsula Housing. There's also a project that was developed with Mid-Penn right next to City Hall that also is all below market units. And so that's one way that we develop land, but it is, as Councilmember Hale referred to, much, much harder to do since redevelopment has been taken away. So redevelopment was a tool up until 2010 where cities could reinvest the tax increment, so the increase in property taxes within the redevelopment area, to redevelop that area. And so Redwood City used that tool to great effect, and we were able to build many below market units. But since that was taken away, we've had to get more creative. One of the ways we do that is through in lieu fees, which is collecting fees from developers. And the other way that we do that is getting for-profit developers to build below market units into their projects. And so I just wanted to put that out there in terms of framing the conversation that that's really one of the conversations we're having right today is with these two office developers in particular, what they are offering in terms of community benefits is the below market units. And so we need to talk about whether we think that that's good enough to move forward with these projects. So on that note, I'd actually like to ask a couple of questions of the 60 affordable units, with the majority being 2 or 3 bedroom units. Yeah, so that discussion is ongoing, and I know that you are looking at that through the eyes of the RENA numbers and what level of affordability Redwood City needs.
Yeah, let me add, we're working with HIP Housing, and so they just got brought into discussion of this new site. So we're still, that's one of the things that we're going to study and really think through what's the best avenue to go with and use the recommendations of what's needed in the city.
Yeah, and I should, for the sake of the public, clarify that one of the ways that for-profit developers can do this is by partnering with a nonprofit developer. Actually, Mr. Fong, if I could just ask you a couple of other questions about your project before we move on to Mr. Hallow. Can you speak generally about what you see as the need for office in the future and how you see that changing from the current offices?
I think the best way to look at it is that we're building a building that's going to last over 100 years. And so over that time, it's going to change numerous times. And that's how we plan. So we're going to be flexible in the way we design it. So say right now, and given COVID, life sciences are very popular or in right now. So we're able to support life sciences if that is what, is needed at that time. We have 3 projects going on, construction projects. One in downtown Redwood City, and we're working with tenants, given COVID. We're thinking about the HVAC, we're thinking about touchless doors, we're doing temperature sensors. So we're constantly talking and evaluating with tenants about what is the need and how to be flexible in this given time.
Do you see office occupancy rates going back to pre-COVID levels at some point?
Yes, but again, I think you have to adjust, and I think that's how we're trying to build this building, is to be flexible, to be it multi-tenant, to be serving different uses of office. And again, we're learning a lot by dealing with current projects at this time.
You talk a little bit more about you refer to the HVAC systems. Specifically, what are you looking at in terms of ventilation and bringing in outside air into the office building?
It's really using, you have new HVAC, but also the different filters. And so using the best filters there are. Also having operable windows is a big thing. So we're designing to have operable windows in our buildings to allow fresh air to come in as well.
So I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like you're very confident that you can build a building that would greatly minimize transmission of viruses through the air.
Definitely, because we're working on it right now. And I think that, to get people want to be back at work, as we're saying. I think people are tired of being on Zoom calls all the time. So I think people are trying to figure out these ways to get people back. And so we're working with those, these people, the building departments at different companies to do that.
Okay. And last question for you, Mr. Fong. Someone raised the aspect of parking and the fact that your proposal has a lot of parking in it right now. Can you talk about why it's parked at that rate, and if there is a reduced need for parking in the future, for whatever reason, self-driving cars, more people doing ride sharing, how that space could potentially be repurposed?
Yeah, so to meet current zoning and code, we're going down 3 levels below for parking to park what is written. At night, this parking will be open to the public to use. But again, I think given the realities of being so close to transit and given different studies that's happened within Redwood City, this parking lot's going to be very empty during the day. And so I don't know if there's much use for all this parking, but at the same time, we've looked at different projects around the country and how they've repurposed the parking garage. So given that it's 3 levels, we would love, and we've been designing the idea of putting, transforming that parking in the future if it's not needed into some kind of, say, a bowling alley or different spaces that can be reused.
Thank you, Mr. Fong. I'd like to ask a couple of questions from Mr. Hallow. Mr. Hallow, are you there?
Yeah.
Let's start with the affordability levels. So same question I asked Mr. Fong in terms of what are the levels of affordability that you're looking at?
So this would be workforce housing. So service workers downtown, teachers, coaches. So I'd imagine this would be in the lower stratifications. And so I could get specific. I'm thinking now that we may come back in a couple weeks and propose offsite to just create more affordable units. But either way, we would be in that low income category.
Okay. Yeah. Again, I would just encourage you to take a look at the RENA numbers as well. I'm sure you're already doing that, and think about where we need the housing, what affordability level we need the most housing at. In terms of can you speak just briefly to the future of office and what you're doing to potentially provide a safe environment where viruses are less likely to be transmitted?
Sure. So I can address the first question. So when post COVID, there were headlines and what I would call like all or nothing narratives about work from home. I think that most companies, I've never been as worried as much about work from home because first it existed, prior to COVID. And secondly, I think after the honeymoon ended, I would say the majority of workers want to get back to work. We're all social animals. We want to see our friends at work. Companies want to be creative. They want to collaborate. There's onboarding, mentor, mentee, culture. And so I just don't believe in some kind of dystopian future where everybody is just in some little node in their house. I mean, I just don't see that happening. The thing that is very important is we have buildings where employees were in bench seating a few feet apart from one another. And so you could be talking about densities of, each employee at 125 feet, and those may climb, up into the 250, 300 because companies to keep their people safe, they have to spread them out. So, I mean, if you can imagine mathematically to the extent that there are the same amount of companies out there, how that would impact demand for office. So I think if you were to summarize it, you go work from home. Yes, maybe I do a day a week. The average guy does a day a week, but he's still got a desk. And now that person has to be spaced out. So I'd imagine demand actually going up. I think the only offset then would be just a ton of companies fail due to a decline in the economy. And that's impossible for a guy like me to predict. If you look at a lot of these technology companies, I mean, they're doing well. And that's 2/3 of the occupancy here. So I'm optimistic. That's why I'm here. And I think the other developers probably feel the same, but I can't predict the future. My company does in-house property management, and I know that we're making all types of moves from HVAC to other measures to keep our existing buildings safe, and then everything new that will be built will be state of the art to all the new thresholds in place. And so I think Redwood City being a lower rise community, you're not having to go in an elevator with somebody else for 30 floors. You're talking about 5-story buildings or whatever, all those issues could be solved by architects and engineers.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hallow. Those are my questions for now.
Thank you, Councilmember Bain. Councilmember Reddy.
Thank you to my council colleagues. You've been asking such wonderful questions, and some of which I had on my list. And thank you to the two developers who clearly listened to our community and were paying attention to our own strategic list of housing, transportation, and children and youth. You've been very creative and are giving us some wonderful projects to consider. I am one of those who is concerned about jobs exacerbating the jobs housing imbalance, and wanted to respond to a couple of comments that were made by our residents, one of which was that we have vacancies in our apartment buildings. And I want to point out that those vacancies are in market rate apartment buildings. They are not in the affordable housing apartment buildings. Redwood City already has hundreds of affordable units, and there are 0 vacancies in those buildings that have that are 100% affordable buildings. And I just wanted to add some color to the conversation about what AMI is the area median income. This is a very wealthy area. So here, 100% AMI is $100,000. That's important to know, right? So when we're talking about low income, that's 80% of AMI. That's somebody who makes $97,000. Very low income is 50% AMI. That's someone who makes $60,000. And the extremely low is 30% AMI, which is one person or a family income limit, which is $36,000. Those are important figures for people to understand. So when we're talking about affordable housing, which I agree is too general a term, it's important to know that there are very specific income levels for individuals and for families. So that that low income, that's 80% AMI, that's actually, if you have a family of 4, that's $139,000. So it's really important for us to know what we're talking about, and the rents for those, generally speaking, because of HUD, needs to be 30% of that family unit's income. So I just wanted, it's important for our residents to know that when we're talking when we council members and our developers and our affordable housing participants, the developers who support affordable housing, when we're talking about affordable housing, we're talking about a very specific number. And thank you for raising that concern. And I just wanted to add that color that it's a very specific number, and it's not, when we're talking about affordable housing, it's not to be general or to say that it's people who, it's not people who are going to be paying $3,000, $4,000 for their rent. And I don't have any specific questions of our developers other than just to say, to agree with Councilmember Borgens that I personally would like us to zone for more housing rather than office. And I am concerned about commercial exacerbating the jobs housing imbalance. But I do thank our developers for these very creative projects and for listening to our community and to the council concerns. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Reddy. Vice Mayor Mazur.
Thank you. A good deal of my questions were answered, so thank you for that. I did just want to also thank Mr. Munzer for pointing out attachment, I think it's C or 3, because what it does show is that these projects the El Camino Real project does exceed significantly our required number of affordable housing units. There was a comment earlier or an email, I can't remember which, that said we didn't really have any way to require affordable housing, but we actually do. And so when I look at what would be required in that El Camino project, it looks like it's about 16 units and they're proposing 60. And I wanted to just put in another sort of yay for the 2 to 3 bedroom apartments. It's clear that you've heard us talk about that. We mentioned it during the housing gatekeeper process, so really appreciate that. And I also want to say on that particular project, for about 15 years, I've been wishing that somebody would figure out a way to put a teen center in that area. Very, very much needed for a variety of different kids. And I think it would be really an important piece of the puzzle for our young people, particularly people who have to travel for a distance to get to Sequoia High School, or people who train or take the train. So I think that is all I will say on that one. And then appreciate, Mr. Howell, that you'll take a look at and see what you could come back to us with on housing, because it would be great if you could put in some additional units by figuring out a way to do it offsite. So I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Mazur. Councilmember Aguirre.
Thank you. I also want to thank everyone that came to speak tonight and letting us know what your community concerns and priorities, and especially our youth, which is one of our main priorities. And that's why when I look at some of these developments, I do think that you listen to some of the things that are important to us, which is like the pickleball. We're interested in entertainment, teen center, youth, as Vice Mayor Mazur mentioned. There's nothing for our youth to hang out. And they said Sequoia High School, you see them when the theater was open, hanging out downtown. And we got to do more. We got to do better. But my general questions are to create some thought, not necessarily to be answered. So, did you build at least the minimum to meet the minimum, or did you try to exceed expectations? We need to push for as many affordable units as we can. And as mentioned, 2 to 3 bedrooms has been one of my priorities. So and I've heard my colleagues say the same thing. And how did you come to the conclusion of these community benefits? So those are questions that I want you to, as developers, to think about why we're moving forward why we're talking about these projects and study them. And then, Mr. Munzer, I wanted to ask, in similar cities around us, like, for example, San Mateo or Mountain View, are there also demands or requests for office development areas of Redwood City? Are other cities looking at the need for, obviously, for housing? And we know our RENA numbers, we saw them this month, they're going to be huge. But is there, do we see that there is that need in the economy as it moves forward, even though we are in the middle of COVID? So it seems the perception is we don't need it anymore because everybody's working from home. But what is the reality?
Certainly, Councilmember Aguirre. Yes, most of our what we call comparable communities are seeing similar office proposals. I know one of the applicants noted we are seeing more in life science and biotech specifically, so that category of office, and that category of office also typically has the higher square footage ratios by virtue of the nature of the work, which also addresses some of the potential COVID concerns. But yes, most of the communities along the 101 and along the Caltrain are continuing to see the same types of office proposals as we are.
And finally, I was on a panel for housing a couple of weeks ago with our Terry Chin, our manager at the Barrows Community Center. And in East Palo Alto, they were building homes. Developers were building smaller homes to buy, and for folks that were low and very low income. And I agree with Councilmember Bain, affordable is affordable to whom? And when I think about our housing, it's got to be low income housing, very low and below, because that's where we need to target. I'd like for us to study what East Palo Alto is doing, because those families are able to purchase these homes at a very low price. And it is a partnership with private and public partnerships. And I don't know where if we have the land for something like that. I know East Palo Alto has a different location, but it is in a larger city than we are. And just look at those options that we can present to our developers, because there's nothing like being able to purchase your own home instead of being a renter for the rest of your life. And those were my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Woman Aguirre. Well, I'd like to thank my council colleagues. What a very vibrant, stimulating conversation and wonderful questions. I wanted to emphasize what Councilmember Bain said about this is a study session. There's no council action to be taken on this study session this evening. We're being asked to weigh on the pros and cons of each project, the community benefits they bring, and the affordable housing being a priority among community benefits. At that point, we come back later in the year to decide which projects move forward. So this is the time for all of these questions to be weighed by the different presenters and see what they can do as we go forward. I did want to also thank Councilmember Bain and Councilmember Reddy for clarifying affordable housing and below market rate definitions. I think it gets very confusing at times when you talk about we're building affordable units when there's no real definition to it. I understand below market rate. However, most people probably don't realize how high the median income is in this area. So we're talking about really deep, looking deep to try to have affordable units for people in this community who are making much less than median income. I wanted to say I appreciated the answers of both of the presenters regarding their projections around employees working from home versus additional office space. However, I still am concerned because we are so out of balance with our housing and jobs ratio. And I'm really concerned about that. I think not having enough housing for the office space that may be built will be unfortunate. People and companies will leave this community if their employees cannot find housing. So I want to be sure that each of the presenters, and I'm sure these questions will be asked of every participant this evening, see what you can do to please provide affordable units where you can. If it's off-site, we have some wonderful partners, Mid-Penn and HIP Housing, to name two. And I hope that you'll consider thinking outside the box. Maybe we can offer you incentives to do more affordable units. I'm thinking about parking. Maybe we require less parking since you're right along transit corridors in return for additional units. So it's something I'd like you to give a great deal of thought to. However, I do want to compliment both of you. I was very impressed with your presentation. Mr. Fong, very impressed with the youth outreach to our Teen Advisory Board and our Youth Advisory Board. Having Ben Johnson and Mac Brennan representing these boards here tonight was so lovely and refreshing. They really spoke quite honestly about what their need was, and I appreciate that you listened. I also really appreciate the Chrysanthemum Plaza. People in our community who really value the history of this community will really enjoy this destination that they can go and see. I did want to question Mr. Fong. The 60 units, I noticed in the pictures that you showed, you had a gentleman in a wheelchair. So I did want to ask you if any of your units will be for handicap accessible, will they be ADA?
Yes, we would love to have ADA. We do believe in serving all communities. And that's, again, something that we'll work with Hip Housing on.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I know we need more units in that area, and that's been told to us before. The 601 Allerton project, I also wanted to compliment them. I have to say, both of you have presented this evening something that's important to me, next to affordable housing, which is most important, and that's design and massing. I'm very, very impressed how much time and detail you put into the renderings you showed us tonight. We don't always get that amount of detail when a project's first presented to us, and I think you've done a very good job. I think it would be a destination for people to come look at some of these buildings. I also wanted to thank you for the public benefits you're offering to our nonprofits. It shows a real commitment to our community, and I do appreciate that. So I see there are two questions here, that 2 and 3, additional project information that could be brought back when we initiate the hearing in October. And that would be, I'd like you to think about how deep you can go in providing more units below market rate. Be more clear how that is and where that is, where it's located, and who your partners will be. And I think that would be my questions for you. But again, I wanted to thank my council colleagues, because the questions you asked were very thoughtful. I think we've given the 2 representatives a lot to think about, and I really appreciate. So that being said, I think that will end our council discussion. And at this point, I'll turn the meeting over to Vice Mayor Mazur, and I'll be leaving the Zoom meeting, but I will return for the reach codes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Howard. With that, we're ready to proceed with the next 3 projects. So I'm going to turn it right back over to Mr. Menzer, who will give his presentation, and then again we'll hear from the developers. Mr. Menzer.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Mazur, City Council. I will be quick with these 3 projects. So the first project is 1900 Broadway, the current site of Wells Fargo. You can see the aerial there of the site, and it is at the intersection of Broadway and Main. If you go to the next slide, please. This is a site plan for the proposal. I will note that this development proposal would require the closure of Spring Street and an adjacent existing parklet. So that would likely result in the city vacation of that street. Some more due diligence has to be done, and the developer's proposal to pay the city potentially for that public way. But the site plan indicates the yellow shading is the office. The blue, which fronts Broadway, has 3 different configurations, but generally speaking, a large segment fronts Broadway, with a smaller proposal for a smaller building, I should say, next to the green public commons area. It is proposing to include 54 BMR units, below market rate units, also in cooperation with HIP housing at low and very low income levels. The public commons area, or the open space, which is the green area to the left, is about 8,700 square feet. A number of different proposals about how to engage with children and youth and community organizations on the usage of that space. You can see the proposed building height at 92 feet, along with below grade parking, 25 spaces of which would be publicly accessible. Next slide, please. In regards to council priorities, again, we do believe that it meets at a high level all 3 priorities. On the housing side would be the BMR units plus the additional contribution to the Affordable Housing Fund. As with all the projects, it's located in the downtown area and its proximity to transit. Children and youth, probably the developer will go into a little bit more detail about this. They have discussed with staff a family-friendly entertainment focus for that space. It's my understanding that's not definitive, and those conversations still are ongoing. So probably some more questions with that, but certainly proposing to work with youth groups to, as I mentioned, program the public commons in addition to additional contributions to nonprofits. The rendering that you're looking at would be at the corner with the Sequoia Hotel behind you and looking to the east, and that would be the building rendering. The affordable units would be the top 2 floors of the building. Next slide, please. 2300 Broadway, or the Chase Bank site, outlined there at 2300 Broadway at the corner of Broadway and Hamilton. Next slide, please. This proposal would be a new building for 200,000 square feet of office. This project has changed recently. When it was initially analyzed and submitted to the city, it was 40 offsite units, affordable units, but they had not been determined. They recently did enter into an engagement with Mid-Penn Housing for a site that I'll talk about in a moment that is offsite that would include 80 affordable units at low and very low income levels. The areas in pink and orange identified as active uses are identified as potential retail. The project does propose to retain a certain number of the existing redwood trees that exist on the corner of Broadway and Hamilton. And it also proposes to potentially vacate a portion of Hamilton that sits in between Courthouse Square and the courthouse and this particular proposed development site. I should have noted on 1900 Broadway and certainly 2300 Broadway, in both cases, the city would have to do additional analysis as to the impacts to circulation and life safety should those segments of streets be closed, or the entire street in the case of Spring Street on the other proposal. The building height is 112 feet, about 9 stories. The parking is not yet identified. Next slide, please. This is a rendering showing the base of the building. I would note that staff certainly wants to see full renderings of the building, given its proximity to Courthouse Square and to the courthouse itself. So certainly that would be a conversation that we would want to have moving forward. But we do believe, again, that the proposal meets the 3 priorities with the offsite BMR units, with an additional doubling of the contribution to about $8 million for affordable housing, proximity to transit, probably a little further conversation as to Redwood Grove, which again sits at the corner of Broadway and Hamilton, and how exactly that engages children and youth. So I'm sure the applicant will speak to that a little bit more. Next slide, please. 609 Price Avenue is the proposed off-site housing site. It is commonly, if you look to the right, is the Redwood City DMV site. So it is adjacent to that. It would require a general plan amendment in addition to the general plan and downtown amendment for the 2300 Broadway site. The zoning and the general plan designation is commercial office. So that is certainly a consideration. It's a consideration from the standpoint of resources, because then this becomes almost an additional project. But certainly understanding that there could be significant community benefits with 80 affordable units. Next slide, please. And then this is a rendering that was recently submitted by the applicant with Mid-Penn Housing of the proposed affordable apartment building on Price Avenue, with the breakdown of extremely low, very low, and low income units. Next slide, please. The final proposal is 603 Jefferson and 750 Bradford, a proposal with the Redwood City School District and the Serato organization. It currently houses the school district's administrative offices on Bradford Avenue, as well as a one-story office building at 603 Jefferson. Next slide, please. The proposed site plan, if you're looking at it, Bradford is at the top of the slide. Jefferson would be on the left. The residential building is in yellow, and then the office building would sit behind it on Bradford and is designated with the blue. It's 170,000 square feet of proposed office. The housing units are identified specifically for Redwood City School District staff and faculty. And further discussion would need to be had in regards to deed restrictions on those units and how exactly they were going to be utilized beyond for the workforce for the school district. There are differentiating heights. The office building is taller at 7 stories. The housing, which again sits fronting Jefferson, would be 5 stories. This site does have a culvert, concrete culvert on the southern end of the site along Bradford, which would likely preclude below grade parking, and is a reason why if you look at the renderings and elevations, you see podium parking. I'm sure the applicant will likely speak to that. Next slide, please. These show the 2 renderings for the proposed project. The rendering on the right would be the building that fronts Jefferson, which would be the residential building for school district staff and faculty. And then the rendering to the left, which shows it in context to the residential building, is the office building. So you can see the differentiation in height and the probably what could be described as complementary architecture. So the proposal does meet, in our opinion, the priorities of housing, certainly for the workforce housing units, transportation because of its location and proximity to transit, and certainly children and youth with the benefit of having teachers and staff housed directly on site. Next slide, please. So I had talked about this in the last presentation. So that's our timeline as we move towards October 12th for a final initiation hearing. And that will be it for me. And I think we can turn it over to the applicants. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay, well, we'll start off with representatives for the 1900 Broadway or the Wells Fargo site. And I believe that is going to be Mark Murray of Lane Partners. Mr. Murray, are you with us?
Yeah, thanks, Vice Mayor.
Great. Go right ahead. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, members of council, city staff, and city residents. I'm Mark Murray with Lane Partners. We are the developer proposing 1900 Broadway Street, as well as the group that developed 2075 Broadway Street, which currently serves as the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative headquarters and community center. Presenting with me tonight is Don Jedkins from DES Architects. Next slide, please. This is one of the renderings of our proposed project. This is essentially the view that you would have if you were sitting on the sidewalk in front of Sequoia Hotel, kind of looking across the intersection of Broadway and Main Street's kitty corner there. Don's going to go into more detail on architecture a little later, but the proposed project would be 7 stories, ground floor retail adjacent to a large public open space with office space behind, 4 levels of office space above that, with 2 levels of housing at the top. 100% of that residential area will be affordable housing at the low and very low income levels. Also, 100% of the parking for the project will be below grade. The project is currently designed to be in complete compliance with the downtown precise plan. We are not seeking any variances for architectural things like height or setbacks. Next slide, please. This slide lays out some of the highlights of our affordable housing component. Again, it will be 54 units, 100% of which will be affordable to low and very low income levels. 24 of the 54 units will be larger 2- and 3-bedroom units to accommodate families with children. Upon completion, all of these residential units will be deeded to HIP Housing, affordable housing nonprofit, so that it can remain affordable housing into perpetuity. To give kind of a very high level overview of our partnership with HIP, we Lane Partners are essentially building the entire project, including the affordable housing, on behalf of HIP. We're going to co-finance and pay for the affordable component with HIP Housing. But at the end of the day, we give the entirety of the residential component of the project to HIP into perpetuity. The value of Lane Partners' contribution to affordable housing, by HIP's own estimation, is at least $13.5 million. Next slide, please. This shows the layout of the 2 levels of residential. Again, you can kind of see the mix of the different sizes of units and 3 bedrooms and 2-bedroom units. On the left side is the 6th floor. There's a large, I think it's 4,000 to 5,000 square foot rooftop outdoor terrace. That will be for the exclusive use of the affordable housing residents. Next slide, please. The next element we'd like to discuss is what we're calling the public commons. It's a 10,000 square foot public open space at the corner of Main and Broadway. The construction and maintenance of that area will be paid for completely by the developer, but will be open to the public at all times, similar to Courthouse Square. Next slide, please. This is a conceptual plan of the public commons that shows some of the amenities we're planning for this space. These amenities include free public Wi-Fi, bike parking and a bike repair station, a pet station, a city-controlled storage area and kiosk for city events, a variety of seating types and areas, a combination of landscape and hardscape areas, rideshare drop-off areas for things like Lyft and Uber, and a public art component. And the design of this is kind of our first stab at things. It is the result of kind of a lot of outreach to different groups in the city, but it's something we really want, particularly insight and feedback from children and youth. We've met with Chris Beth and the Parks and Rec team, who made a lot of great suggestions. A lot of those are already implemented here. We've also had more recent Zoom meetings with members of the teen and youth advisory committees and the Boys and Girls Club, and want to continue to have more of those sessions with teens as we progress and really get their feedback. We've heard a lot that, as was noted earlier in this evening, the downtown could really use some spaces that really kind of focus on that demographic. So it's really something we want to do to try to fill that need. Next slide, please. This is just another conceptual rendering of what the public commons might look like in the evening. Just gives you a sense of the activity and energy we hope to bring to the space. Next slide, please. Adjacent to the public commons, we're going to propose a minimum of 10,000 square feet of Class A retail space. No retail is required in this block currently under the downtown precise plan, so adding it here will expand the retail footprint of the downtown. The space is going to have large ceiling heights of 15 feet, flexible bay depths to attract the best potential retailers. We're going to give priority to family entertainment retail groups and are actually in discussions with one now, which features miniature golf and other games as part of their business model. And I really think the fact that we're talking to a retailer now says a lot about the quality of this project, but also really says a lot about what a great environment you have all created in downtown Redwood City. Earlier people were talking about concerns with what's going to happen in the office market. I think the retail market is in much worse shape right now due to COVID. It's probably the biggest challenge, in my lifetime for the retail space. And we still have a group who's very interested in coming to Redwood City and being part of this project. And I think that says a lot. Next slide, please. So also, one more to slide 10, please. In terms of attracting great retail tenants, another advantage is we can offer various retail layouts. This slide shows one iteration where it's a freestanding 2-story building with a roof terrace near the corner of Main and Broadway, and then a larger space running down Broadway. Next slide, please. Here's another iteration showing kind of the retail space wrapping the public commons. And next slide, please. This is a third iteration with kind of larger bay depths running, from the public commons down Broadway. These are just 3 examples of, basically infinite iterations we can do just to illustrate the point. If we get the right user, the right retail group we really want to land, we can really kind of design the space to cater to their needs. Can you skip ahead to slide 15, please? As Mr. Munzer mentioned earlier, our proposal submitted assumes we'll acquire the city-owned land that's kind of shown in this area. To be clear, we can proceed with the development without the city land. The Wells Fargo site alone is 50,000 square feet, but going with just the Wells Fargo site would really impact, how much of every product type we can build with the development. That includes affordable housing, particularly open space and affordable housing. Also, normalizing this block as we're proposing and the adjacent intersections is included in the downtown precise plan as a city goal. Back to slide 14, please. What we've proposed to the city in terms of purchase price for its land is the same price we're paying for the Wells Fargo site in terms of dollars per land foot. This equates to a payment of $11 million to the city. We anticipate this going to the city's general fund, but we can also direct it anywhere else the city indicates they would prefer. In addition, while we're buying at full market value 20,000 square feet of land from the city, we're in a very practical way returning 10,000 square feet of that in the form of the proposed public commons, which we're paying to design and build. Slide 16, please. This chart is a summary of our proposed community benefits. There's a $13.5 million in affordable housing. To reiterate, this is not merely a monetary contribution, but a firm commitment by Lane Partners to deliver on-site, transit-oriented affordable units in the downtown, particularly ones that can accommodate families with children. $1.5 million in the form of public commons. This is a very conservative estimate of just the construction and design costs of the public commons and does not include ongoing maintenance. $500,000 in nonprofit contributions we plan to make to many of the groups we supported over the years. such as the Redwood City Library Foundation, Police Activities League, YMCA, Park and Arts Foundation, County Historical Association, and the St. Francis Center of Redwood City, among others. $100,000 for job training contributions, and again, the $11 million for city land acquisition. This totals $26.6 million. What's not included in this chart is that we're also willing to provide 25 parking stalls at no cost to the Sequoia Hotel, should the owner proceed with the rehab of that historical hotel. The fact that it's a historic building makes it impossible for them to dig under the building or really to put parking anywhere on site. We think it's a great project and we want to do what we can to facilitate that. Can you go back to slide 13, please? At this point, I'm going to pass it over to Dawn to talk about the sustainability features of the project.
Thanks, Mark. The project proposes a holistic approach to sustainability with enhanced considerations for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and decarbonization. The project supports the state of California's goal of zero CO2 emissions by 2040 by proposing an all-electric project for the office and residential uses and committing to purchasing 100% green power through Peninsula Green Energy. The project will also target LEED Platinum certification. This will focus on the transit-oriented nature of the project, energy optimization, and overall reduction in potable water use and utilizing recycled water. The project will also target well, core, and shell certification. This focuses on aspects of the design that promote the health and wellness of the building occupants. The core and shell certification will allow tenants to more easily pursue well certification for the interior build-out. We also plan to reduce embodied carbon by at least 20% through modified concrete mixes. Additional reductions in embodied carbon will be analyzed as the project is developed. We also propose an on-site solar system to support the residential use, which is going to be key in the affordability of those units. I don't have a whole lot of time left here, so I had a little bit of the architecture to talk about, but we can also cover that if you have any questions at the end of the presentation. I just wanted to mention, though, as a project team, we understand the importance of the site and a prime location and a southern gateway to downtown Redwood City. As a Redwood City-based architecture firm and a Redwood City resident, just wanted to express I'm personally and professionally committed to delivering a project that Redwood City and its residents can be proud of. And should we be chosen to proceed with the project, we look forward to working with you and with staff and Planning Commission to move the project design forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next we will hear from the 2300 Broadway or the Chase site. I believe we're going to hear from Henry Spears of Tishman Speyer. Henry?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Good evening, Redwood City Council, staff, and community members. My name is Henry Sears, and I'm here to present our Tishman Speyer's proposal for 2300 Broadway, the Chase Bank site, and for 609 Price as an 80-unit affordable residential community in partnership with MidPenn Housing. Next slide. MidPenn needs no introduction in Redwood City, but Tishman Speyer is new to Redwood City. We're a family-owned and operated real estate development and investment firm founded in 1978. We've been active in the Bay Area for over 30 years, and we specialize in urban office and residential projects. Over the last 10 years, we've delivered over 2,000 units of housing. Over 500 of them have been affordable family units. We were the first market rate developer to agree to 25% affordability in our projects. And we're also the first market rate developer to agree to 40% affordability levels in our market rate projects. And we've delivered all those units, and that's something we're very proud of. Next slide. I think you're all familiar with the Chase Bank site. It sits in the heart of downtown Redwood City. We're half a block away from the Caltrain station. Next slide. And what makes this site so special? It's our adjacency to the Courthouse Square, which really is the living room of Redwood City. This is the gathering place for the community, and I know we're all looking forward to a time when we can gather there again. Given our adjacency, we have a chance for a real placemaking opportunity to be additive to what is already one of the most successful places in Northern California. And this opportunity has informed all of our thinking around the site. Next slide. This is what the site feels like today. It's primarily surface parking and a 1960s retail bank branch. It is underutilized and it is not active. Next slide. As I said, being responsive to place is the guiding principle of our proposal. Our proposal to date has been informed by dozens of one-on-one meetings with community members. One of the first things we heard was, yes, while the downtown precise plan zoned this site for 136 feet, that's not actually what people want today. Thus, we're only proposing to go as high as the courthouse dome, which respects the precedent set by the community on 601 Marshall, the Dostart site. In addition, we heard again and again that the Redwoods on the corner of Broadway and Hamilton were an important symbol of the community, and that people were already informally using this space during large events at the courthouse square. Thus, we've had numerous meetings with city trees to talk about how we could preserve those. And I'm proud to say that this project is endorsed by city trees. Our plan would not only preserve, but enhance these trees and the space under them and make it permanently affordable. In addition to this Redwood Grove, we would propose making Hamilton between our property and the courthouse green space. This creates a huge opportunity for placemaking directly adjacent to the courthouse and would tie in with what is already happening on Hamilton with the county shutting Hamilton down and making it pedestrian-only green space next to their new building that's under construction. Next slide. So these are the basics of the proposal. It would be a 9-story building with 200,000 square feet of office on the second floor and above. The ground floor would have 15,000 square feet of retail. There would be the Redwood Grove, which would be at least 5,000 square feet, and we would make this space permanently public. In addition, the Hamilton Green would be 15,000 square feet. So there's the ability to have 20,000 square feet of green space in the heart of downtown. And that's something we've heard again and again from people, is the lack of green space in downtown. And here we have the opportunity to add it right where people are already using this space, adjacent to the courthouse square. Next slide. This is a conceptual rendering of what the ground floor of the building could look like. I want to stress that this is just conceptual. Our goal would be to come up with a community-led vision for what this public space looks like. That means having a deep public outreach process, partnering with local civic groups and nonprofits to come up with a community-led vision. And that community outreach process would target underserved communities that traditionally don't have their voices heard in these type of land use decisions. Overall, this 20,000 square feet, we estimate, would cost about $4 million to build out. The project would pay for that. In addition, the project would pay to maintain this green space in perpetuity. We estimate that cost would be over $1 million in the first 10 years alone. Also, it would save the city and nonprofits money who already have to close down Hamilton during large events at the courthouse square. In addition, the project will have high-quality restrooms on the ground floor, and we would offer to make those public during large events at no charge. Next slide. This is a rendering of what the building could feel like during a large event at the courthouse square. I want to stress that we have not developed the facade of the building yet because we know how sensitive a location this is, directly adjacent to the courthouse square, the Fox Theater, and the courthouse itself. We want to have a large public outreach process before we make any decisions about the architecture, and we've instead focused on the massing. Next slide. This is the Redwood Grove as it feels today. Next slide. This is what it could feel like under our proposal. Next slide. This is from the building's lobby looking out over the redwood trees and onto the courthouse. Next slide. This is looking from the courthouse back at the project. Next slide. The Hamilton Green. Next slide. This is an aerial view. I think what's important about this is to show how we've moved the massing of the building away from Broadway so it doesn't overwhelm Broadway, and lining the upper massing up with the courthouse so it frames the courthouse square well. Next slide. This is 400 Castro. It's a building that we developed in 2002 in Mountain View, and it set a new standard for buildings in downtown Mountain View. We still own and operate this building today, and it has the two same tenants that have been in the building since we completed it. And that includes Cascal, the family-owned restaurant that a lot of people know. I think this project shows the type of quality that we bring and we'd love to bring to Redwood City. Next slide. So we've talked a lot about affordable housing. I went through Tishman Speyer's longstanding commitment and our track record of delivering affordable housing. The first partnership we made after gaining control of the Chase Bank site was with MidPenn Housing. MidPenn shares our values of creating high quality, affordable housing. And when we talked with MidPenn, we started talking about what does MidPenn need to do something with a big impact. Immediately, they said they need a site. So not only did Tishman Speyer commit $8 million towards affordable housing, but we also went and we put 609 Price under contract. It's a site that's less than half a mile away from the Chase Bank property, and where MidPenn could deliver 80 family units at deep levels of affordability in an area with lots of new and planned residential. And with that, I'll turn it over to Nevada Merriman at MidPenn.
Next slide. Good evening, Vice Mayor Major and City Council members. I'm Nevada Merriman, Director at MidPenn Housing. We have been your partner for decades and are excited to be included in the process tonight. Next slide. About the housing, it is large enough to accommodate generous amenities and common areas that we use to support low-income families. The site is in close proximity to many other completed or approved residential projects, and most importantly to MidPenn, it's close to many other of our communities, so it will be integrated into our property management and resident services. Next slide. We can provide 80 affordable homes. This would include 42 and 3-bedroom homes, which the market is just not building. We have deep experience developing exactly this type of commercial site and transforming it into a high-quality residential community. Next slide. 100% of the homes.
Why don't you quickly finish this sentence, and then I'm sorry, but we're going to have to move on because it's getting quite late.
That's thank you, Vice Mayor. 100% of the homes will count towards the city's area of deep need, and I'm happy to take questions about this slide, and we'll conclude with the $8 million contribution for land and the building that Tishman is providing. We can go and leverage that and secure an additional $34 million of public dollars. This is how we work together to stretch the precious city resources. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, our final presentation will be focused on 603 Jefferson and 750 Bradford. And I think we're going to hear first from Peter Tsai of Sobrato.
That's correct.
Okay, go ahead, Peter. You guys will all together have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Vice Mayor Mazur, council members, staff, Redwood City residents. Thank you for giving us the opportunity this evening to present 750 Bradford and 603 Jefferson, a private-public partnership between the Redwood City School District and the Sobrato organization. This partnership hopes to bring workforce housing and office and a mixed-use development to downtown Redwood City. I'm joined tonight by Dr. John Baker from the school district, as well as Mark Finninger from Studios Architecture. Next slide, please. Sobrato is a local organization that's been part of the Bay Area since the 1950s. The ethos of the company is making the Bay Area a place of opportunity for all, and this is shown through our philanthropic work as well as our approach towards real estate development. Next slide, please. Everyone knows the Redwood City School District. but some important stats to know. The school district educates 7,500 children. It also employs 750 staff and teachers. Next slide, please. Now to the project. The site is an ideal location for workforce housing because, as you can see, all the schools within the district are located within a 3-mile radius of the site. Next slide, please. Zooming in, this site is located in the heart of downtown, walkable to downtown amenities such as restaurants and retail, as well as the Caltrain station. Next slide. To orient everyone, the project is located at the corner of Bradford and Jefferson. The district office is located at 750 Bradford, and the site would stay office. The Sobrado site is located at 603 Jefferson and would be the site for the workforce housing project. The site was previously approved for residential in 2017, and as currently conceived, the residential project stays within the envelope of the previously entitled project. Next slide, please. So where are we in the process? We started the conversation in late 2019, and in March 2020, we gained approval from the school board to submit a prelim application to the Redwood City Gatekeeper process. Since then, we've been working on the design of the project and the terms of the partnership. We are happy to announce that an MOU has been executed between the school district and Sobrado. The next step is for the school district to perform a housing needs assessment survey to determine their housing needs for their staff. And with that, I will turn the presentation over to Mark Fenninger from Studios Architecture.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Vice Mayor and the members of the City Council. I'm Mark Fenninger from Studios Architecture. First, I have to state that for the record tonight, I am not acting or communicating in any way in my capacity as a member of the Redwood City Architectural Advisory Committee. Instead, I am acting as a resident of Redwood City and principal designer for this project for Studios Architecture. Now, as Peter said, right before he handed the microphone off to me, we were about to start a housing needs assessment survey. And that survey is really going to be a critical survey for us to understand exactly the types of units and the number of units that this project's going to need for the Redwood City School District. That's going to start in October, and that's really going to put us in position to expedite planning submission early next year. Next slide, please. This is a three-dimensional view of the project showing the rough massing. In yellow, you can see the proposed residential. It's actually 6 stories tall, 5 stories of residential above the gray podium. This residential project for the Redwood City School District is within the currently approved planning approvals for that site, including the post-planning approval height negotiations that have been made with the neighbors, roughly 77'6" to the top of the parapet. The blue, which is the office part, is about 170,000 square feet of office. Again, that's taller, but still all within the height limits of the current downtown precise plan. In gray, you can see a shared podium. The project will share a common podium. Next slide, please. These are a couple plans of the site, and I think we'd like to just talk about, there are some constraints on the site we need to overcome. To the right in red, there's a culvert running underground the site, which is the culvert that daylights the creek out to the bay from Redwood City. While we're proposing to respect this culvert, we have to, we can't move it, but we're gonna, in order to do that, we need to get real efficient with our parking, and we're gonna build over it in a way similar to other projects have in the area. And that is where the shared podium comes in, which we think really yields some benefits. Number one, the parkings will be shared between the residents and to the office. And that really maximizes the efficiency of 2 uses that have peak uses at different hours. This common podium also yields some significant efficiencies and energy efficiencies, and that the 2 projects will be able to share some back of house mechanical functions. This project we're proposing and we're planning on targeting an all electric building. Next slide, please. We find this site compelling. It's adjacent to the old Redwood Creek, which has its origins in the city as the old logging origins of the city. And we think these historical roots are important. We think that as you contemplate how to build in Redwood City, it's important to think about these connections. And we feel strongly that the project needs to grow out of its past, but at the same time, represent our collective spirit to make a better future. So we really believe it's critical to think about the historical buildings in the vernacular of Redwood City. And we believe in developing a design that you'll see at the end that is both modern and feels as though it belongs to Redwood City and grew out of Redwood City. And now I would like to hand the presentation over to Superintendent Baker. Next slide, please.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Mazur and council members. Our school district has had a long, strong, and collaborative relationship with the Sobrato Foundation for about 15 years. This partnership is one of the reasons why we are known as experts in language acquisition. The Sobrato Early Academic Language Program provides the foundation for our community's children to become proficient in the English language. In addition, the program supports parents with how to help their children. The SEAL program is a tool that our teachers use in the classroom. This is the design of a tool that we envision will help our teachers and staff outside of the classroom. The building that you see in yellow would become workforce housing for our teachers and staff. The rent would be below market rate. We have many employees who commute from the East Bay and Central Valley because the rent is more affordable there. This tool would help some of our employees with paying low rent, reducing their commute, and being part of our community. Next slide, please. This project is aligned to the city's goals: housing, children and youth, and transportation. Because our staff would not be commuting, they would have a better quality of life. They would not have to rush after work to beat the rush hour traffic and be able to spend more time at school with after-school activities. They would get home at a decent hour and enjoy their families. They would be able to participate in our community's events and on weekends. They would have better relationships with students and families because they would be part of the same community, running into each other at the grocery store and at weekend festivals. The stronger relationships that we incur would turn into student success at school. Next slide. As you see, this is a vision of what the project would look like at 750 Bradford and 603 Jefferson. Thank you for the time you allowed us this evening.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, are there any clarifying questions from my colleagues before we go to public comment? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and move to public comment, and I would just ask that anybody who wishes to make a comment, please raise your hand at this time so we can see how many speakers we have. And I will give you about 30 seconds. I see 3. I'm going to say, counting down, 2, 1. All right. So my last speaker is going to be Nisha Masharani. And we will start it off. So you'll each have, did we do 2 minutes before? I think you'll each have 2 minutes. And we'll start with Kate Comfort-Har.
Hello, thank you for taking my comments again. This is Kate Comfort-Har, Executive Director of HIP Housing, and I'm here to discuss the 1900 Broadway project, which represents something entirely new for HIP Housing. Very early on, Mark Murray of Lane Partners connected with HIP Housing to discuss possibilities to collaborate and also to explore some design of the units and the unit mix for the affordable component of the 1900 project. They're proposing to build 54 rental units above their commercial development to be condoed and delivered to HIP Housing for ownership, and most importantly, to be deed restricted as affordable by HUD standards. They're also proposing significant contributions into the site work, entitlements, parking, with another $6 million. This is pretty unique for HIP Housing in that we've never had a commercial developer interested in turning over newly developed units for our ownership. The details of our partnership are being worked out as we finalize our MOU, and later that'll be turned into a development agreement. But we are very excited and committed to this opportunity should the council and the planning commission determine that it go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. The next speaker is Chris Johnson. Go ahead, Chris.
All right. I'd like to start by repeating what I said earlier, that we already have 2.7 million square feet of approved or proposed office space already in the queue that doesn't require a general plan amendment. Given that the current downturn in the economy, severe staffing shortage, and community outreach that is yet to begin, I ask that we defer any decisions next month on all office projects. If we advance all 835,000 square feet of office, according to our commercial linkage fee nexus study, it will create a demand for over 1,500 housing units, half of which should be affordable. These projects would only provide 270 units of housing as opposed to the demand that office space creates for 1,500 housing units. So for all the hand-wringing coming from you about housing crisis, these projects will only make a bad situation worse. I'm old enough to remember when some of you ran your most recent council campaign with the promise that we would have a pause in development. So here you have it. Next month, you will have a chance to pause when these office projects come back to you for a decision. As you are well aware, we have no legal obligation to advance plans that require a general plan amendment and may not be in the best interest of Redwood City residents at this time. In fact, the exact opposite is true. I don't remember the last time a developer was given permission to start an EIR and not have it lead to the approval of a project. Our general plan is not for sale, and it needs updating. As mentioned earlier, I recognize that there is no decision tonight, but I encourage you to ask the questions from staff that would give you the information you need to put this office project on the back burner and only advance projects that are 100% housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Lisette Espinosa Garnica.
Hi. Wow, that was a wonderful comment by Chris Johnson. And I agree. I more than agree. I want you all to keep in mind that we have plenty of office spaces, and I want you all to defer all agreements as well on, or recommendations or approvals of these office spaces during this pandemic. And as well, there's a lot to say about how, in a moment here, let's see. We could also be thinking about these projects more progressively, like why are we working with Wells Fargo and Chase Bank for these sites? We should be working with San Mateo Credit Union. Our city honestly is overdue on creating a public bank. These are such things we could be doing that would be reinvesting in our community. Banks like Chase and Wells Fargo are industries that are harmful, that are investing into industries like private prisons, fossil fuel extraction, and weapons manufacturing. So we really need to think about that more. I've already said in my last comment how we need public housing, and we need it more than ever, and not just the affordable rate. So I really appreciate the last comments, just reiterating that, you know, affordable doesn't mean affordable for all, but I want that to be a guarantee in any future plans and any development, as well as workers' guarantees that they will be paid a living wage. Any development that happens in our city should also be paying enough in wages to live in this city. So a living wage would have to be about $126,000 a year. So any developer we agree with has to agree with our ordinances now that are up to union standards. So I hope that's also being kept into consideration when negotiating these contracts with these developers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nisha Masharani.
Hi, yeah, I'll keep my comment very brief. I want to echo what Chris mentioned. I think there's an inconsistency in the amount of office space that we're considering and the amount of housing, and especially affordable housing. And I think, to support these commercial projects, we really do need a lot more housing than is currently being proposed. I also wanted to kind of agree and add on to what Lisette said. It seems like these projects don't necessarily align very closely with the council's priorities. And while I understand that the council is obviously required to hear them, it also seems like we could be spending our energy on more strategic priorities, such as actually focusing on housing development, racial injustice, and some of the other council's priorities. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay. With that, unless there's an objection, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and move to council discussion on these 3 projects. Hearing action, I would love to hear comments from my colleagues or questions. So, colleagues, it is your turn. Okay, council member ready.
Just very briefly, I wanted to check in with our Sobrato friends that the 603 Jefferson is offering 68, according to the material we have, 68 units of workforce housing. And just as the term affordable housing is vague, the term workforce housing is also vague. And I would like to see some very specific numbers behind those 68 units. And are we talking about 1, 2 bedrooms? What are we talking about? I think it's really important to get at least my support that I know what the affordability level is and what the size of the units are. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I just check with the developer. Did you want to, it sounded like that was a question. I don't know if you have any response to that question at the moment, or if you want to wait until you come back in October.
I can take that. Thank you, Council Member Reddy. Once we have the housing assessment needs, we'll have a better idea of what the project will have in terms of 1s, 2s, and 3s. And so in terms of the level of affordability, we will also get back to you in October with that. So duly noted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hale. Councilmember Hale, I'm not sure if maybe you're still muted.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Vice Mayor Mazur. I think we covered a lot of ground on a number of questions and comments that were applicable in the first round that are as applicable here. I did have 2 additional questions. One, I'm actually hoping that Nevada Merriman could answer from MidPenn. So for all of our benefit, how much more does it cost to provide extremely and very low income units in a development?
I can speak to that, sure.
With us?
It would be helpful if we went to the slide on housing, the depth of affordability. I don't know if it's possible to go to slide 21, but I can also just speak to it. It does cost more. You need to obtain more public subsidy in one way or another to really target the very deep affordability. So if you're starting off with low income and you're wanting to go a little bit lower to very low income, you typically need about $75,000 more. And if you want to reach down to the extremely low, it's usually about another 150,000 more. So the spread there is 225 from the low to extremely low.
That's really helpful. This is actually the number that I was trying to get at in the earlier sessions, if you were here for those, which is that to build affordable housing requires a subsidy that somebody has to pay. And I just want to call that out for everyone's information because affordable housing doesn't create itself, and it does have a significant cost. So the lower we go when we're saying to dig deep, it actually does mean a trade-off in terms of the number of units to provide the affordability. You can't really have both, so it is a choice. My second question is around open space. So our downtown really does need more open space. We know that. We've identified it. We've started studying it. How do these projects work within our parks plan for the downtown? Because at least two of them provide opportunities for some open space. Would we fold them into that existing process? Are they competing within that process? How do we think about that? Because we want to be really thoughtful about where we put that space. It is also nice to get some of it potentially through a developer benefit, but I'd like to understand, how would the community be involved in shaping some of these spaces? Are they, does that opportunity still exist, or is this pretty baked?
It looks like our city manager has her hand up. Did you want to go ahead and answer that?
Yes, I'll just fill in briefly and recognize I am not Chris Betts, who really would be the best to answer this. But you may recall, Councilmember Hale, that when we've been doing our park planning downtown, we've really been focused on property the city already owns, just given the extraordinary expensive land. And so I'm sure that we would welcome the opportunity to consider other projects and other privately owned property that have the ability to complement the city's own property that's currently being considered for park uses. So yes, I think the short answer is there's time to consider that.
That's great. I just want to make sure that some of the needs we've identified have the opportunity to be realized should we move forward with some of these developments. I just had a couple of brief remarks. I do like the note. There were two projects here that have more placemaking opportunity with both 1900 and 2300. With 1900, we walk down to La Viga all the time, and that area is so disjointed and it is almost unsafe from a walking pattern perspective. There isn't really a natural crossing. So there's some really good synergy there in terms of our existing goals for that street. I'll just say that. I think to some of our earlier comments about going offsite and digging deep, I noted that one of these projects it listed $13.5 million, and that was yielding 54 below market units. And another project we heard tonight was putting in 7 million and only had 8 units. So I definitely think there's an opportunity with some of these projects. And then on 2300, I just wanted to say thank you to the developer for meeting with city trees. The trees in that area are so incredibly important to this community. They have a lot of emotional significance, and I really feel that you have heard that. And then I just wanted to add for 623 Jefferson, having teacher housing in Redwood City has been a real dream for us. Our students would benefit from those grocery store awkward interactions and having their teachers close. They work so hard. They're working so hard right now, but they work hard all the time. And they deserve to be closer to the community and closer to their students, and to have some work-life balance as well. So that is really important. And I did want to mention, there was a comment made, why are we working with Chase Bank and with Wells Fargo? We are, again, as I believe Councilmember Bain had mentioned, we're not a developer. So developers present projects. Those are both sites that are owned by Chase Bank and by Wells Fargo, and they're looking to redevelop those sites and adding affordable housing to them. So I wanted to make that clarification. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Borgens?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Mazer. And thank you, Councilmember Hale, for the reminder that to build affordable housing requires a subsidy that someone has to pay. That is a good reminder, including to myself, so I appreciate that. And for all the projects that have been presented tonight, there are some incredible opportunities here. And the teacher housing is definitely, I agree with Councilmember Hale, it's so much needed. Our teachers are working so hard, and to recognize that and having them live closer to their students, I think is a win-win for both the student, the family, and the teacher, and our educational system. So thank you for that. I do have a question that's more broad-based and outside of what the presentations are right now. And it's just a thought that I'm going to put out there. It's not going to be in any of the presentations that you did today. But at some point, I would like to see if there would ever be an opportunity for developers to team up with for sale housing, for sale affordable housing. So I truly do believe that the way to housing security is through home ownership. And if there was ever the opportunity to partner with an agency that does build affordable for sale housing, I would love to have that conversation. I don't know what it looks like, but I'm willing to sit down at the table and do the work. But just in the future, I would like for us to have that as a consideration before us also. So thank you for the presentations we've seen tonight. And moving forward, I will probably have more questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Bain.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll start with Mr. Murray. We could, one of the things in your proposal is purchasing city-owned property, and we saw what the after looks like. I wonder if anybody has a current picture of what that property looks like that could be pulled up.
Yeah, I believe the last slide of our presentation, I think it's page 18 or 17, has kind of, it's not a perfect aerial, Councilmember Bain, but I think it's sort of it should give you a pretty good view of what you're looking for.
Maybe while we're waiting, I'm looking at the time. I'm hoping we're not going to have to extend this meeting too much later, but I think we're going to at least need to go till 11:15. So could I have a motion to extend the meeting to 11:15?
So moved.
Thank you.
Janet.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Bain, seconded by Councilmember Borgens. I think we need a roll call vote on this. I can't remember.
We do.
Okay, can you do that, please?
Sure. I will start with Councilmember Borgens.
Yes.
Councilmember Hale.
Yes.
Councilmember Reddy.
Yes.
Councilmember Aguirre.
Yes.
Councilmember Bain.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Mazer.
Yes, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Okay, so let me be brief. This, so I think this picture will suffice. Thank you for bringing that up, Mr. Murray. So there's a little parklet right around the middle of this picture, which I think some folks can see here. It's actually not a particularly usable piece of land that the city owns, and then there's Spring Street, which cuts through here. So this is something that, we have looked at for a while. And, I think that the prospect of trading that for a plaza on the corner, kitty corner from the hotel, is an interesting prospect. So I suppose the question for Mr. Murray is maybe talk a little bit about the way that you envision that plaza. And I noticed some of the renderings had a retail space on the Broadway side. And why did you place that retail space there as opposed to having that plaza open up to the corner? And I know it's configurable depending on who the retail tenant is, but maybe you can talk a little bit about the thinking there.
Sure. Yeah, that's something we spent a lot of time on, actually looking at different configurations. We originally had a kind of similarly sized open space back where the parklet was, and the thinking there was, let's just try to replace and expand the parklet. But the more we talk to people in the community, particularly like retail and restaurant owners, you have great retail energy on parts of Broadway and parts of Main Street. If you're sitting in a restaurant kind of on Restaurant Row, it's fantastic. You walk past the Oyster Building to the intersection of Main, and that energy just completely dies. I think it was Councilmember Hale brought up the idea of placemaking. That's something we've heard kind of, throughout the city in the last couple of years. And I think placing that plaza and adjacent retail at that corner of Main and Broadway really, really has a chance to make that placemaking, to have something that's going to be impactful not only to our site, but impactful to all the retail that exists currently on Broadway and on Main Streets. Dawn, do you want to talk a little bit about the architecture and kind of what we thought about there and stepping back from the historic buildings and things like that?
Yeah, sure, no problem. Yeah, the idea with the the plaza on the corner was to really give some space to the historic buildings across the street, the hotel and the Oyster building, so that they could have kind of a park-like foreground. And then with the retail pavilion on the corner of the street, really having kind of a more petite scale, a 2-story scale, really felt kind of more appropriate in massing, but also brought that retail right to the corner of the street to create that intersection between Main Street and Broadway, where we have the intersection of the 2 streets. I'm not sure you asked about architecture, but you know, this is within the downtown historic core. So we had a handful of choices in the downtown precise plan. So we went with the neoclassical. It really felt the most appropriate for the type of use and the scale of the building. And along with that comes some interesting detailing, some depth, some texture, you know, some really rich detailing opportunities, I think, at the pedestrian scale.
And I think the one thing I would add to that is from the we've already been in the marketing process, at least quietly, for retail. Obviously, we're very early in the approval process, but the feedback from potential retailers, they really love the adjacency to the plaza. So if you put it, you know, the other side of the building, further down Broadway, you know, retail wants to be closer to that intersection of Broadway and Main, and they love the adjacency of the public commons. So that's a driving force.
Thank you. Yeah, I realize that the you know, the market's going to drive what your proposal is, but say that I think trying to put a kiosk or a smaller building on the corner that complements the architecture of the Sequoia Hotel and the Fitzpatrick building is going to be really challenging. And my personal preference would be to see something that's set back, still adjacent to the plaza, but something that you know, will open up the space on that corner and allow the historic buildings to shine. So I'll just give that feedback for now. I will. That's all I'll say on the project for now, and we'll see how it moves forward. So thank you for your presentation. My next question is for Mr. Sears. So about the green space, you talked about, I believe it's called Hamilton Green is what you're proposing. So that would potentially provide a connector to County Center from the train station. Have you spoken with county officials about that idea?
Well, we've had preliminary conversations about we would need to work with the city in order to do the Hamilton Green. In our early conversations, they were open to it. They noted it would probably take a while, about a year, though, assuming we moved forward with it, if we were able to move forward in this gatekeeper process, that should give us plenty of time. And they had noted that they're also creating that kind of green belt on Hamilton on adjacent to their building. And I think, you know, really the vision is to be part of a larger network. I know there's been a vision for a pedestrian green belt heading down to Caltrain. So our proposal was to try to fit into that larger vision.
Okay, thank you. And I think you said city officials when you meant county officials.
Oh yeah, sorry, excuse me.
And on that note, have you talked with them about possibly acquiring the law library building next to the site?
Yes, we did talk to the county. We actually made an offer to acquire the law library. They told us at the time they weren't interested in disposing of it at that time. Though if we're able to get through the gatekeeper process, I imagine we could try again and see if they have a change of heart.
Thank you. The only comment I'll make on this is that if this project moves forward, I think to Councilmember Hale's point, we should rethink our plan for a linear park downtown. I know that we've talked about doing a linear park connecting from the library behind City Hall. However, that site has some challenges, which we've discussed in previous study sessions, including the creek that's there. I think if we're going to spend the money on that, on doing a linear park, and this project moves forward, perhaps we rethink doing a linear park that connects a train station to county center, part of which would potentially be paid for by private developer money. So I just think that's something the council should think about, again, should this project move forward. Those are my only comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Aguirre?
You know, it's a challenge to lump all of these projects together and think that they are the same. And one of my questions is, as far as the 603 Jefferson, how much more office space has been added than that is already there? Because this is a Redwood City School District. So can someone answer that one for me?
This is Peter Tsai from Sobrato. I can take that. And then, John, if I miss anything, please jump in. The school district right now occupies about 20,000 square feet in their current headquarters. So the office building that we're proposing would add another 150,000 square feet.
Okay. And being a college professor at Kenyatta and adding housing for faculty and staff has been so important. We've done it at Skyline and Kenyatta. I mean, CSM and Kenyatta, I know they're adding it now at Skyline. And what a benefit it is to our faculty and staff. And to be able to have this downtown and have folks benefit from them, I think is something that we should really cherish and say, this is a good thing. And that's why I was worried that we were lumping all of the office development together with housing. And sometimes it doesn't make sense, you know, for the benefits that we can get for workforce development. And I would add the same thing that I said earlier is, you know, are we doing pushing as many affordable units as we could versus the minimum expectations? And how are we doing this? And what kind of community benefits are the ones that we are prioritizing as we move forward with all of these projects? And I thank everybody for coming forward and sharing their comments, and the developers for working with the city and the community on all this.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Reddy, did you have another question or comment?
I did. Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. I neglected to thank the presenters for these amazing projects. They really are thoughtful. And again, you also were very responsive to the community and to council concerns. I neglected to ask Ms. Merriman if MidPenn is offering any Section 8 vouchers with its projects, and what would that mean for the public's information? What would that mean for rent for such, if you do have such vouchers, what does that generally mean in terms of rent?
Hello. So in most of the communities that MidPenn is developing in San Mateo County, we work very closely with both the County Department of Housing and the county's housing authority. And one of the things that we do is just really try to understand their timing for when they may release new vouchers and their availability. This is something for most family communities, we see about 40 project-based vouchers, or about 50%. So we could estimate, up to 40 or so vouchers. And this provides very, very, very deep level of affordability. So in addition to being able to leverage that income, which is substantial for debt, the benefit to the voucher holder is that the minimum that they need to come up with each month for rent is $100. So we see many, many people who are at the extremely low income, or 30% of the area median income, but it's really how we're able to reach even deeper. And there are many people that for whatever reason, if they may be disabled or have any number of life circumstances that could lead them to that position, but they may be unable to really generate significant income. And so that voucher is really how we can serve serve them and serve a much deeper level of affordability. So thank you for the question. We don't have a commitment in hand. It's really too early in the process, but that is usually the process for how we go about trying to pair that precious resource with land opportunities like this.
Thank you very much. I thought that's very important information for us to add to the mix. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Aguirre?
Yes, I forgot to mention, that the Wells Fargo and Chase are not the developers. I wanted to clarify that they are selling to the developers. So I know there was a little bit of confusion earlier, so I'm going to make sure we clarify that.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, I just have a couple quick comments. I did want to just note, been doing a lot of reading about affordable housing and siting of affordable housing and the value of having it in mixed income neighborhoods. And so I really appreciate that each of these projects is bringing housing to a neighborhood that's mixed income and provides access to the people and families who might be living there to green space, to other amenities that make it possible for them to enjoy the same things that the market rate apartments, if they were approved, if the Wells Fargo site were approved, the market rate apartments across the street would be enjoying the same amenities as the affordable housing right across the street. And so to me, that's a really critical point as we think about whether or not to move these forward. I also just wanted to mention again that like the previous projects, on these three projects, they are exceeding the amount of required affordable housing required by us as a city. And so I appreciate that. And then I just did have a very quick question for Peter from Sobrato. Do you know sort of like how I know you have an MOU with the school district at this point, which is great. Have you talked at all about cost sharing and sort of how that works, or is that to come? Can you just give me a sense of
Yeah. So regarding cost sharing,
your school district.
Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, cost sharing that's part of the discussion that we'll be having because it's a shared podium and because the buildings are so close to each other. It makes sense, that the projects would go in tandem. It may be the same contractor, it may be different contractors, but that's something that, once we know what the ultimate makeup is of the project, we can kind of drill into those details with the school board.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, well, as a former school board member, of course, I'm going to encourage you to help them out as much as possible. Like I said, they're not a housing developer, and their dollars are extremely limited. So appreciate you considering that, and that you're working with them. And I appreciate a lot of the aspects that my colleagues have brought up about the other two projects. I don't have any additional questions, so I will thank everyone for coming. Thank you to the presenters and the speakers, to our staff for pulling all this together. I know it was a Herculean effort, and we will look forward to seeing everybody back on October 12th. And I think we'll be bringing our mayor back now to wrap up the meeting.
We're in the process of restoring the mayor's connection. It'll be just a moment.
Okay. Thanks, everybody, for your patience while the mayor comes back on. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your patience, everyone. And thank you, Vice Mayor Mazer, for handling the gatekeeper process. I appreciate it. We're moving on now to item number 9, public hearing on the adoption of all electric reach code ordinance to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, or GHGs, through new building construction requirements. I'd like to ask our Community Development Director, Mark Munzer, if he could make a brief presentation, seeing as we did hear the item at last Monday night's meeting.
Certainly, Mayor Howard, I will be very brief. If we could go to the next slide, please. As discussed at last week's council meeting, REACH codes are amendments to the energy and green building codes, which aim to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, or GHGs, by reducing reliance on natural gas and emphasizing building electrification. In addition to GHG reduction, the codes encourage increased EV charging availability. As a reminder, the proposed REACH codes only apply to new construction and not renovations. The city has been reviewing the proposed REACH codes for the last year, and the council approved the REACH codes with 8 exceptions at their meeting last week, as you mentioned, on September 14th. Next slide, please. One thing I did want to address quickly that we had heard last week was some council direction for staff to return in about a year, the end of 2021, so that we could talk about the effectiveness of REACH codes, assuming that they are approved, and more specifically, the individual exceptions and how many developments were able to fall under those exceptions, the technical and feasibility exception, how is that working out in terms of third-party review. So we will plan on coming back to you in the fourth quarter of 2021 with that. A reminder that building and fire codes are updated every 3 years, so that would be another opportunity in 2022 to also have a discussion about the REACH codes. And then, of course, the REACH codes do meet the city's climate action goals. The last slide, if you go to the next slide, please, real quickly, lists those exceptions that were approved last week. Those are the 8 exceptions, and the city building official, Christina McTaggart, and PCE staff are on the call in the event of any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Mr. Munzer, I really appreciate it. I'll now open the public hearing and take public comment. In order to see how many speakers we have, I ask that anyone who wishes to speak on this item, could you please raise your hand now?
And Mayor Howard, while speakers are doing that, I'd just like to say we had an extensive discussion on this last week. Because of the way the law is written, we are required to do a second hearing or second reading as a public hearing. So I don't anticipate we'll have an extensive discussion tonight, and I would appreciate if the public would respect the discussion we had last week and keep comments brief. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bain. Yes, we did have a very extensive discussion last week, a very productive one, and it can be tuned in and watched. I see 3 speakers this evening. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to this item? If not, then we'll proceed. I'd like to ask if you could limit your comments to 2 minutes, please. I have 3 speakers, and my last speaker will be Dashiell Leeds. So my first speaker is Jason Mendelson, and then Debbie Mitels.
Thank you, council and staff. And I know the evening's late. We spoke last week. I just want to thank you for doing this. I hope we do pass the REACH codes. I hope we revisit it in the future. And I think I like my new induction stove. It's working great. And I hope we get to that in the future. I know this is just for new construction, but thank you very much. I hope we do this.
Thank you, Mr. Mendelson. Debbie Mitels, and then Dashiell Leeds. Debbie Mitels, you need to unmute yourself.
Thank you very much, council members, for the time you've put in on this and for bringing it to completion this evening. I just want to thank you for your work. And, you know, we've all been through a very difficult past month because of climate change, and we need leadership such as the city's doing this evening to move us beyond this era where we're putting up with fires and smoke and all the dangers that it provides. So thank you for your work, and I look forward to hearing that you have passed it on the second reading this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leeds. Excuse me, Ms. Mitels. And my last speaker is Dashiell Leeds.
Hello, my name is Dashiell Leeds. I'm a conservation assistant for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. I'd just like to say thank you to council and staff. I think this is a great step forward, and I really hope we keep moving forward rapidly in addressing climate change. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. If there's no objection, I will now close the public hearing and council discussion. If there is no council discussion, Councilmember Hale.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd actually like to make the motion.
Okay.
Seconded by Reddy.
Councilmember Hale has made the motion, seconded by Councilmember Reddy. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Borgens?
Thank you, Mayor Howard. Let me make sure I'm getting here. Yes, thank you. I am going to support this motion, but I do want to make one comment, and you've all heard this before. I do agree that this is a very good moving forward. I am pleased that we're going to be revisiting it in a year. But I want to go on record saying I am still not confident that the need, that the ability of our grid is in a position that can actually handle what they currently have. And I certainly hope that moving forward, there are some movements in legislation like we did here at our last meeting, the potential that there could be an opportunity to make sure that the grid gets updated. And I'm just very concerned that we're putting forth a policy that is absolutely needed. And I do understand it's strictly for new construction. But I still have a concern that the grid is not capable of making our policy successful. So I would like to see those two moving in the same direction at the same time. So I just want to make sure that we put some pressure wherever we need to put it to make sure that the policy that we are creating is one that actually is going to be attainable for our residents that we are asking to engage in this policy. So I will be supporting this, and it's certainly not because I don't believe that we have to do this and we need to do this for the protection of our climate. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Councilmember Borgens. That was well said. I'd like to turn it over to our city clerk for a roll call vote, please.
We'll start with Councilmember Hale.
Yes.
Councilmember Reddy.
Yes.
Councilmember Aguirre.
Yes.
Councilmember Bain.
Yes.
Councilmember Borgens.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mazer.
Yes.
And Mayor Howard.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Now moving on to matters of council interest. Our first is City Council member report of conferences. We need to designate voting delegates and an alternate for the League of California Cities Conference, October 7th through 9th, 2020. And we ask the council to select a voting delegate and alternate. Right now, myself and Councilmember Aguirre are registered to attend the conference. I'd like to ask if Councilmember Aguirre would like to be the voting delegate. I believe you were last year.
Yes, Mayor, only if you do not want to do it, I would be happy, but I give you the option first.
I'd be very happy to let you do that, and I'll be an alternate if you need some help.
Thank you, and I'll be leading a couple of workshops and panels there. I hope you will all attend. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I don't think we need a vote on this. Okay, committee reports. We have the Environmental Initiatives Ad Hoc Committee. Councilmember Hale.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, the Environmental Initiatives Ad Hoc Committee met September 10th.
to receive a progress update on the draft 2030 Climate Action Plan, and we provided guidance to staff. The community continues to show great interest in the CAP update. Staff has received over 60 detailed inputs, which are being incorporated into the draft plan. And staff is going to continue to modify the CAP in light of community input and expect to be back to the council in November. The committee also discussed a proposed environmentally preferred purchasing policy, or a green purchasing policy, which would include municipal facilities electrification and electric vehicles first. And also the committee provided suggestions on the development of residential and commercial incentive programs for converting from gas-powered leaf blowers to battery-powered leaf blowers, certainly a topic of recent interest. And I did want to mention that the committee consists of myself and Councilmember Bain. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hale. City-owned property ad hoc committee, Vice Mayor Mazer.
Thank you. Yes, the committee, which consists of Mayor Howard, Councilmember Bain, and myself, met on Thursday, September 3rd. We discussed opportunities to support recreational, open space, and waterfront uses on city property. The committee is also meeting with county representatives on opportunities to partner on homeless services. So we hope to schedule an update for the council and the community this fall, and we will be working on it moving forward.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Mazer. Strategic Plan Ad Hoc Committee, Councilmember Aguirre.
Yes, on the Strategic Plan Ad Hoc Committee, it is composed of Vice Mayor Mazer, Councilmember Hale, and myself, and we met on 9/17, and following up on the council discussion on August 29th, we'll recommend a change to our strategic plan to make it clear that equity is a principle that guides our policies and activities moving forward, and we will bring this language to the City Council on October 12th.
Thank you. Now the Ad Hoc Committee on Policing, and I will give that report. I want to again thank the hundreds of community members who participated in our community dialogues on racial equity. The Peninsula Conflict Resolution Center will report the input from all of these conversations to a study session of the City Council on Monday, October 5th at 6 p.m. We're working with San Mateo County and the cities of San Mateo and South San Francisco on a pilot program to support those in mental health crisis. Inspired by programs and other communities, including Berkeley, Burbank, and San Diego, California, Eugene, Oregon, we are seeking to provide professional mental health support when police personnel respond to time-sensitive calls. The agencies are in discussion with Stanford University to develop program metrics and research support to assess program design and effectiveness. We expect to announce additional details in the coming months and are aiming to launch the program in early 2021. We will continue to provide regular updates at our City Council meetings. And the members of the Ad Hoc Committee on Policing are Vice Mayor Mazer and Councilmember Aguirre. We are now moving to adjournment.
Actually, Mayor, if I could.
I'm sorry. Before we move to adjournment, let's get this written bigger. The city manager oral update. Thank you.
Thank you. I will be brief, but since we were not able to give an update last week, I did just want to share a couple of quick items with the council and the community. As you know, council, you've asked us to be sure that in this extraordinary time that we're going through, that we are paying particular attention to folks in our community who are most at risk. And folks in our community are at risk in a couple of ways right now, including both at risk for COVID-19 transmission, as well as for being undercounted in the census. And I wanted to let you know that we've been working closely with community-based organizations as well as some of our own volunteer organizations to help on both of these counts. So in one area, we are working to host a pop-up COVID test site that'll be on Wednesday, September 30th, that will allow for a free self-administered test. And as soon as we have the specific location, we'll be announcing that. Additionally, for the census, we've been coordinating with community partners such as We Vote, Redwood City, Casa Circulo Cultural, and PAL, as well as our own community emergency response team and volunteers in policing to help make sure that everyone is counted for the census. We know as well that our students are vulnerable, and we have responded by establishing 5 in-person learning hubs to support up to 200 students. These are in several different schools in the community, including Adelante Selby and Kennedy on their campuses, Henry Ford and Orion, both being served at the Red Morton Community Center, and the Sandpiper School in Redwood Shores. The learning hubs have 2 of our staff teach students in separate rooms, and we've distributed over 200 Wi-Fi hotspots to support distance learning. And the last, I just wanted to share the great news that we learned in the last 2 weeks that we are receiving another $640,000 in federal funding. And as you know, we already lead the county in providing rent assistance, and we'll be coming back to you in the next month with recommendations on whether this new funding should also be used for rent assistance or other urgent needs for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. I want to apologize for missing that. You always have such very important information to share, so I will make sure I highlight that and don't forget. Thank you. Today, our nation mourns the loss of a trailblazer, not only in the field of law, but in the history of our country. Ruth Bader Ginsburg served more than 27 years as an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States. She was a loving wife to her late husband, Martin, and a caring mother to her 2 children, Jane and James, and 4 grandchildren. She passed away this past Friday at her home in Washington. She was 87 years old. Ruth Bader Ginsburg was an inspiration to all Americans. Having lost her older sister and mother before graduating high school, she entered law school as both a wife and a mother, and one of the few women in her class. After graduating from law school in 1959, she worked tirelessly for more than 34 years as a litigator and a jurist. And in 1993, President Bill Clinton nominated her to sit on the Supreme Court. She became just the 2nd woman to sit on the Supreme Court of the United States. Renowned for her powerful dissents at the Supreme Court, Justice Ginsburg epitomized powerful yet respectful argument that you can disagree with someone without being disagreeable to them. Justice Ginsburg's pioneering work helped bring about greater equality for women, secure rights for the disabled, and will continue to influence our nation for generations to come. In addition to her quick mind, she brought flair to the bench with her stylish jabots and her warm friendships among colleagues, even those with whom she often disagreed, most notably with the late Justice Antonin Scalia. A fighter to the end, Justice Ginsburg defeated cancer and the odds numerous times, all while continuing to serve on the court. Her commitment to the law and her fearlessness in the face of death inspired countless RBG fans, and she continues to serve as a role model to countless women lawyers. Dahlia Lithwick wrote in The Atlantic in 2019, "Today, more than ever, women starve for models of female influence, authenticity, dignity, and voice, hold up an octogenarian justice as the embodiment of hope for an empowered future. Her legacy and contribution to American history will never be forgotten." So I consider it a privilege tonight to adjourn our meeting in honor and in memory of Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Thank you all. Please stay healthy and safe. Good night.